Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the Landmarks Preservation Commission public hearing and public meeting of August 4th. We are resuming with public hearing item number 5. And I'll turn it over to our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala. And I will also note we're about an hour behind schedule.
Public hearing item number 5 is LPC 26-09347. This is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, number of Manhattan, block 180, lot 26, 17 Harrison Street in the Tribeca West Historic District. This is utilitarian store and loft building with neo-Gothic style elements designed by Charles W. Hutch and built in 1869 to 70, and the application is to construct a rooftop addition.
Thank you for the chance to share this work with you. I'm Jedediah Lau, and I'm the principal of 000. I'm joined here today by Ziham Atari, who from our studio, and the family that calls the townhome home wanted to be here, but their eldest daughter is starting college in a few days, and they're nervously moving her into her dorm instead, but they send their regards. So the project is a vertical enlargement, and in this presentation, I will walk us through the context and conditions, the extent of the enlargement, some materials and details before wrapping everything up in a series of renderings. So the site is on Harrison Street, Hudson Street on the east and Greenwich on the west. It is in the Tribeca West Historic District. It is a fairly standard lot, 22.5 foot wide, 4 stories tall, but it is a shallow lot at 63 foot deep. Looking at some historic photos against more recent condition shows that since construction in the late 19th century, not much has changed, with the exception of the removal of these the suspended canopies over the loading dock for when the building was used as a warehouse for farm tools. More photographs of the site in context, showing the variety of heights and materials within the block. And 17 Harrison is actually one of the shortest buildings on the block. And while this is primarily a vertical enlargement, we are also going to do extensive repair on the western exterior masonry wall, where you can see from the scan, the parapet is bulging, and also you can see from the photograph where the color of the brick and the mortar clearly is different. Some work was done decades ago and poorly, and resulting in poor conditions. Going to the extent of the enlargement, we looked at neighboring residential rooftop additions. You can see a map of that on the upper right corner within our block, and then there are more examples from across the street on the rest of the page here. And we made sure to that our addition matches or exceeds in the setback compared to all the previous examples we've seen and more. And so we're setting back 17 foot at the median, since the site is not a rectangular, 17 foot from the front. Seeing the extent in section, this is the current condition, showing which currently has a small stair bulkhead. And this is our proposed addition with the 17 foot setback from the front, and then also an additional 17 rear yard setback required by zoning, which results in a roughly 28.5 foot long enclosure, 12 foot tall with 10 foot clear ceilings. In plan, the new floor is going to be used as a flexible studio space with sliding glass doors that opens the space up to the terraces of the front and the rear. There's a small window on the west wall that I will get to in a bit. The roof, looking at the roof plan, the roof is not occupied. We are replacing, it will house a skylight that's the exact same size as the current skylight that's in the house, as well as a 6 foot FDNY clear path. And also MEP outdoor units are located at the southwest corner of the plan, lower right, so that it minimizes visibility and also helps us be good neighbors with 15 Harrison, which is just planned north. This is the proposal in 3D within the context of the block. Now moving on to materials and details, we looked at examples beyond our own block at the district at large, and noting the use of glass and metal above masonry, both for compositional purposes in the case of Greenwich Hotel, as well as to differentiate new and old, like in 56 Northmore, which was approved a couple of years ago, currently under construction, and 385 Greenwich, which was approved several months ago. We also looked at specifically the use of zinc as a facade material, which has a long history of use in the neighborhood and in other post-industrial districts in New York. So if we haven't given it away already, we're proposing a zinc and glass enclosure. I'll note that the zinc has a pre-patina finish, so it's been chemically treated to create characteristics that's typically produced by time and weathering. Then the glass is going to match all the other glass in the house currently in both color, reflectivity, and transparency. And for the City of Yes required mechanical enclosure, we're proposing a satin perforated stainless steel. One more precedent before we look at our proposal is the addition directly across from our site, 18 Harrison. This was approved by LPC in 2019 and completed construction earlier this year. It is, as you can see, a very visible addition. So this is a photo taken from Greenwich and Harrison. Almost the entire length of the addition, which counting the greenhouse is almost 50 feet, can be seen from the street. And there are also things that we like and things that we think are areas of improvement. In particular, the notch parapet that clearly separates new and old is something we like. But we think the visible elevator bulkhead, which is at the front of the building, and then also visibility of mechanical units from 16 Harrison, I think are conditions we're going to avoid. So introducing our design, starting with the detail, which we spent a lot of time thinking and working through. And I think you'll find many of these details echo nearby references as well. So first of all, it's a zinc facade. It is a review panel system. So it's not a standing seam system, but the panels are only a maximum of 12 inches wide, which does help give it the kind of rhythm and scale that echoes traditional construction, even though it's a newer system. And we're also introducing a gesture, an architectural gesture at this west facade, which is pushing a smaller window back about 12 inches, and then tapering very slightly the walls from the corner to meet the window. What this gesture creates is that it creates a base that can be perfectly aligned with the parapet that will be reconstructed. So that even though there's a material differentiation between new and old, there is a formal consistency across where the line of that old parapet will continue across. And we also took care to really align as much as we can so that even the flashing of the base is going to be the same depth as the existing capping stone on the parapet wall. And what it does in totality is it breaks down the scale of this facade while also being sensitive and referential to architectural elements from the existing building. The proposal in elevation north, south, and west. Before going into the mock-up and renderings, I just want to note we did extensive solar studies, and the takeaway pertinent here is that the west facade is going to be mostly in shade all through the year, just because all the surrounding buildings along the sun path are taller than 17 Harrison, which it means visually it makes the addition less visible than an addition that gets a lot of direct light. We built a mock-up on site. It is currently there. One note is that after we built the mock-up, we went through 2 rounds of presentation with community board, and during that time, we refined the roof assembly to optimize it. So what we're proposing is actually shorter than what the mock-up shows by almost a foot. So site photos with the mock-up and the rendering. We took several, starting from the east on Hudson Street, walking along Harrison before ending on Greenwich and Harrison, as well as the pedestrian plaza along Greenwich. And you'll see that the addition is invisible from the east, so Hudson Street and Harrison, and it remains invisible directly across from Harrison, 17 Harrison. As you move towards the Greenwich Street Plaza, portions of the addition does become visible, mostly because the neighboring building, 19 Harrison, is a full floor shorter. But it's not nearly as much as 18 Harrison per se. And moving north on Greenwich Street, where there's a moment where you can see the addition between existing buildings and foliage. And then the last image, basically with my back against the building at the furthest end of the Greenwich pedestrian plaza, seeing the addition. And I'll note that in most cases, the addition is seen against the, in context of much taller buildings, and also a variety of materials, including black cornices at the front, 2021 Harrison, the glass of the Jenga building, and also essentially masonry of every shade. I'll end my presentation with this view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions? Vice Chair Master.
Side wall, the brick side parapet, did you lower the height of the parapet?
Let me go to this section. Yeah, thank you for the question. So most of this parapet will need to be reconstructed because it's in poor state currently. So yes, instead of rebuilding the entire parapet and then building what would contain interior space above that, we are lowering the portion of the parapet that no longer functions as a parapet. It's simply a facade. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jefferson.
That's an existing railing, yes. That's the parapet height, yeah. The parapet itself, yeah, it's tall, but the portion, the overlap, the notch per se is a little more than 2 feet. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Commissioner Mann.
Just to clarify, I thought you said that railing exists.
That railing is existing, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I might have misunderstood. I might have misunderstood.
That's okay. Any other questions for now? Yes.
Do I see this view in your sight lines? Do I see this view?
Not. Let's go and check. There is a pretty tall building right in front, as you can see. I can show it. Yeah, so these are the views.
Okay. I'm seeing it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you see a bit of the window, correct?
Commissioner Wilder.
Or if you stated this, but what's the purpose of the window?
To look out to the Greenwich Street Plaza, but also it gives us the it allows us to introduce this gesture that breaks down the scale of that western face. It's a design element, correct?
Okay, not seeing any of the questions. Let's move to testimony. And then we can see if there's any additional questions. Is there anybody in the room that would like to testify on this? Okay, not seeing anybody. Let's move to Elizabeth Lee and Zoom testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham speaking for the Victorian Society in New York. The varied heights of the buildings occupying the south side of Harrison Street, between Hudson and Greenwich, is a direct reflection of their different purposes and periods of construction. The Tribeca West designation report informs us that the two mid-19th century Greek Revival buildings at 19 and 21 Harrison Street, only 3 stories tall, were originally built as dwellings and later combined and given a new commercial base in 1888. Whereas the subject property at 17 Harrison Street and its neighbor at 15, at a height of 4 stories, were the first store and loft buildings built on the block for commercial purposes in 1869. The lower height of the older buildings west of 17 Harrison Street results in greater visibility of the rooftop and western building elevation when viewed from the street. This is clearly illustrated in the mock-up and rendering images on pages 21 through 23 of the applicant's presentation. To address the visual prominence of the proposed rooftop addition from street level, we suggest the following. First, the rooftop terrace railing should be set back from the north and west facades to minimize visibility of this element. Second, the material choice of zinc panels, as rendered in a light gray finish, starkly contrasts with the adjacent brick masonry facades of the surrounding buildings. A darker material choice for the rooftop addition would better harmonize with the materials of the neighborhood buildings, visually receding into the background and calling less attention to the new rooftop structure. I'll also mention that the example that the applicant used of the building that's across the street seems to have a dark red finish for most of the length of the addition, which would be much more suitable in the case here. Thank you very much.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 1 recommends approval.
Would you like to respond to any of the testimony?
Yeah, I'll make a quick note on the, I think we're open to fine tuning the shade of the zinc finish. We did look at the Core 10 facade, and I think our opinion is that Core 10, even though it is red, does not actually have a long history of use in the neighborhood. And so we think zinc is more fitting.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any other questions? Okay, not seeing any other questions, let's go ahead and close the hearing and start our discussion. Commissioner Jefferson, will you make a motion to close the hearing?
So move.
Commissioner Goldblum, will you second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing's closed. And so just a couple things. So in considering this rooftop addition, I will note that the historic district that in this historic district, 1 and 2 story rooftop additions with some visibility have been approved by the commission, including some with creative expressions and contemporary design. But as always, we could also consider strategies to reduce visibility or lessen the visual impact of the addition on the building or its surrounding. Commissioner Aquembe, could you start the discussion?
Sure. Overall, I do find it appropriate. I believe that the addition is minimally visible, and it actually makes sense with the varying heights of the multiple buildings on the street. Um, and I'm actually okay with the materiality of it. The biggest thing I would say is the parapet. It's been etched out on the east and west facades, and I believe it should be maintained throughout.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I'm fine with the proposal, just as Commissioner Cumbes mentioned, the brick side parapet may want to be maintained as current height.
And Commissioner Jefferson?
I'm comfortable with I think what they did with the window was really imaginative, and I like the way the plane goes there. Worried about being able to see it too much, but I think I can accept it the way it is.
Commissioner Goldblum?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's appropriate. I would, however, ask that they reduce the height a little bit. I mean, it is 10-foot clear on the interior. And I think that, whenever we see visible rooftop additions, we try to think about making them as less visible as possible. So it doesn't seem like it'd be a big deal to have them take out a little bit of height here.
Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, I agree that the parapet should be straightened out. I think the notch in the parapet is a little odd in the way that it modifies the form of the historic building. That will additionally have the effect of reducing the apparent height of the rooftop addition. I personally am fine with it at its current height, given the sort of visible accretions in this particular district. I think they might work with staff additionally to fine tune the tone, the color of the addition. Could be slightly darker, which would further reduce its presence.
And Commissioner Wilder?
For the most part, I agree with everyone. I am okay with the finish. I do think if they can reduce the height, they should. And I think the parapet,
Vice Chair Master?
Yeah. I agree with all of the comments made by Commissioner Kumbe.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
In general, I agree with my fellow commissioners. I think it's all right as is. I'm sort of mixed about the parapet, and tend to agree with Commissioner Jefferson, but it's fine if they line it all up too. I can go either way on that.
Okay. Okay, so I think there's agreement on the notch in the parapet. And I think there's agreement that the current height is okay, right? Or did I say that wrong?
There's 6 that voiced in favor of the current height, although 2 asked that they explore further reductions, but I think 6 were okay with it as is, with regard to the height.
As is, right?
Yeah.
And then we could also have them explore with staff the sort of final finish selection for the zinc cladding.
In the matter of LPC 26-09347, 17 Harrison Street, Tribeca West Historic District, a utilitarian store and loft building with neo-Greco style elements designed by Charles W. Hutch and built in 1869 to 70. This application is to construct a rooftop addition. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features, that the presence of visible rooftop additions will be in keeping with historic rooftop accretions found at other buildings of this type and age, as well as other commission-approved rooftop additions in the historic district, that the rooftop addition will not be visible directly over the primary facade, and when viewed over the lot line facade from Greenwich Street, will primarily be seen within a context of taller neighboring buildings and miscellaneous rooftop accretions. That the simple massing, punched openings, and typical materials consisting of gray finished metal cladding, metal mesh mechanical screens, and cable railings will be consistent with the utilitarian character of rooftop accretions within the historic district. That the modest inset angles at the openings in the side facade will add a contemporary feature and will not call undue attention to itself, and that the proposed rooftop addition will not overwhelm the building or detract from the significant architectural historic character of the building of the Tribeca West Historic District. However, I do note that the lowering of the height of the portion of brick side parapet will accentuate the height of the rooftop addition. Therefore, I recommend that the brick side parapet be maintained at its current height. I also would note that the applicant should work with the staff in order to finalize the tone and color of the rooftop addition.
Great. Commissioner Chen, could you second the motion?
So move.
Okay, and Mark, can you call the vote?
Chair Savage,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg, Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Equembe,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 9 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. So that's been approved. Please continue to work with staff. And let's move to our next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 6, LPC 26-11369, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 175, Lot 7504, 271 Church Street in the Tribeca East Historic District. This is an Art Deco style office building designed by Cross and Cross and built in 1930 to 31. And the application is to modify an opening and window assembly and install ground floor infill.
This is forward, backward. These don't do anything.
Okay, you can begin. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Swigard. I'm the architect for the project, and I am joined by the owner of the commercial space, Spiridon Papanescu, who's seated in the audience. The scope of work for the project is the alteration of one existing historic window to modify it in order to create an entrance for the corner retail space and the patching of the sidewalk in order to re-level the area in front of that storefront. We wanted to note that this storefront in every detail is proposed to match another storefront at the center of that Franklin Street facade, which was approved by the commission in 2021. And I'll be showing you that. That's essentially the precedent for this other infill. No other infills would ever be proposed for the building, as this is the last space that needs some help. So you can see in the plan on the upper right, in red, the corner, the first bay on the left on Franklin Street is the one that we're proposing to convert to the entrance. And the photograph below, you can see the photograph there. This is the Tribeca East Historic District. This is a commercial district. The building is mixed use with residential above. It is a Art Deco style building with rigidly symmetrical facades on both Franklin and Church Streets. These are the historic photographs. And here you can see a detail of the facade of the Franklin Street side. The bay on the far left is the one proposed as the new entrance. The next bay would remain as a window. And there in the center, you can see the new entrance. Sorry, it's a little dark, but that's the modification that was approved in 2021 for that particular store. And we're proposing an identical treatment in all respects. Their window, and then on the far right is an existing service entrance. It should be noted that the bay on the far left was chosen because it would reestablish an overall symmetry at the base of the building, which is consistent with above. So we feel that that's the most appropriate choice, even though this corner store has four windows. Just a close-up of the bay on the left. The center is the current center entrance that we've already built, and the service entrance on the right. So just to be a little clear, you can see tenant A, the pink on the corner. Currently, the entrance for that space is the vestibule that is disconnected from the space, and you'll see from the Church Street photograph that very difficult to see any way to enter that space. And Spiridon would like me to point out by way of introduction that this space has been vacant for 5 years, with the exception of one tenant who was there for 22 months and left 14 months ago. They've been showing it through brokers to a number of potential tenants, and the overwhelming comment is that without direct entrance from the street, there's little interest and historically little success of running a business in that corner space. So by creating a new entrance, as shown on the proposed, the green tenant B would also then have their own entrance. That shared situation would then go away. Each of the 3 stores would have each their own entrances. Oops. This is the Church Street facade, and it's quite obvious to see when you look at those 2 windows on the right. You really cannot see any way to enter that store by virtue of the ornamentation and the center location of the entrance bay. It looks more like that's an entrance to the building and not the retail space. This is just the elevations of the Church Street side. No proposed change. So this would be intact. All original features would be intact on Church Street, which is the primary facade. So we feel Franklin is a better choice. And as I referenced, the overall symmetry and keeping the modifications to Franklin only, and the overall symmetry we feel is the appropriate way to go. Now I can discuss a little bit about the details of what we've done previously and propose to do again. On the left is existing. There is a granite bulkhead. The street slopes, so it changes in height of dimension. It's roughly 3 feet at this window. At the top, there is a beautiful cast bronze ornamental panel, which would be retained. Below that, there's a tripartite window, and that would be retained. So everything from that line up would be original and remain, and then we would remove everything below that. Because of building code requirements, the door has to swing out, and doors are not permitted to swing more than 18 inches into the sidewalk. So if you see the floor plan below, we would be pushing back that lower section 18 inches so that with a 3-foot door, it would only project 18 inches. And it's actually a nice thing about pushing that back is that the 2 mullions on the sides of the door are slightly wider than the mullion spacing above, but because it's no longer coplanar, that misalignment is quite minimal, and you'll see in the rendering, it's virtually impossible to detect on at any angled view. So just the center door, two side lights, keeping the profiles as narrow as possible to match as closely as we can to the above. There you can see the section with that setback. We would introduce a truss-like transom across the top to support the upper windows and to support the top of the door and the side lights. The granite would be reused and cut with an end miter so that we would not be bringing any new material. It would be a perfect match, and we would use that to create the two return pieces on the sides that would be needed. Kind of wish I had a little pointer, but I think you can follow with what, hopefully you can follow with what I'm saying. And in terms of the sight lines and dimensions of the new versus existing, we're on the side bays, we're a perfect match, 2 3/8 inches, and in the center bay, we're 1/4 inch larger than the existing vertical. But because of that offset, as I mentioned, it's you really, that's not noticeable. Here is the photo of existing and a rendering of the proposed on the right. The material is a black anodized aluminum, and you can see that that's the sample that I'm holding up against the bronze. You can see that it's an excellent match. The anodized finish is not a paint, so it has depth like the bronze has, and it changes with light as the bronze does. So we feel that's an appropriate material for the new work. And here is a rendering showing that reestablished symmetry on that facade, and the two bays the two entrances that would be identical. And I believe I can leave you, and this is just photographs of the center bay so that you can imagine that's precisely what we would do again. I'll go back to that one for, do I take questions now or, okay, any questions?
Thank you very much for that presentation.
Sure.
Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant? Okay, not seeing any. We're going to move to testimony. Is there anybody in the room that would like to testify? Okay, not seeing anybody in the room. Let's go to Elizabeth Lee for Zoom.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 1 recommends denial, as the removal would erode the balance, symmetry, and integrity of this landmark.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to respond to the community board's testimony? You don't have to. Okay. Commissioners, are there any additional questions? All right. Okay, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Ginsburg, can you make a motion?
So moved.
And Vice Chair Master, can you second?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. So this application to modify an opening and window assembly and install ground floor infill is similar to something that was previously approved in a different opening on this facade of the building. And Commissioner Jefferson, can you start the discussion, please?
I think this is very well worked out, and I think the symmetry is kept, even though there's changes at the corner. I find this acceptable.
And if we want, if anybody would like to respond, Vice Chair Master, would you?
I just want to say that I also think that it's very important that a tenant has direct access. And I understand that, you know, it would be hard to rent out a space without direct access.
Anybody else? Okay, I think then I'm going to take that as everybody agrees with you, and and that you could go ahead and read the motion.
In the matter of LPC -26 11369 271 Church Street, application is to modify an opening and window assembly and install ground floor infill, building style, scale, material, and detail. Features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca East. Installation of the proposed windows, assembly, one bay, limiting the loss of historic. Western bay location of the proposed entrance. Bay. Entrance bay and would provide direct access to the individual tenant spaces from the street. And the historic decorative grill and infill would be keeping with these. Finish, aluminum. Bronze, where am I?
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Goldblum, can you second the motion? And Mark, can you call the vote?
Director Savage,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quembe,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 9 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. That's been approved. Please continue to work with the staff. Okay, and let's move to the next item. Corey?
Next item is public hearing item number 7, LPC 26-11567. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 642, Lot 49, 80 Horatio Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a mixed-use residential commercial building built in 1853 and altered in 1909. The application is to alter the front facade, reconstruct and modify the rear facade, construct a rooftop addition, and excavate the cellar.
Okay, thank you. And you can begin.
Hello, Commissioners and Landmark staff. Thank you for hearing this application. Today, my name is Jackie Pudu-Vallon, JPD Preservation Consulting. I'm here today with the owner of the building, Morris Regan, and the architects, Stephen Kilcoyne, Rob Hegedus, and Kevin Inuasti of Allen Kilcoyne Architects, and the structural engineer, Ramon Gilzanz of GMS. The application we're showing you is for 80 Horatio Street, a building that was constructed in the 1850s. The proposal we're showing you today is to convert this multifamily dwelling into a single-family residence. 80 Horatio is located on the south side of the street between Greenwich and Washington Streets on the northwest, in the northwest corner of the Greenwich Village Historic District, bordering on the Gansevoort Market District. This is an area of the West Village that in the mid-19th century had a very industrial and commercial character, with lumber yards, coal yards, and a pig yard very close to this house. Many buildings in this neighborhood were constructed as workers' housing in the mid to late 19th century, and that may have included 80 Horatio. Here are photos of the south and north sides of the street, in which we see the buildings on this block predominantly date from the early to late 19th century. To the left is 80 Horatio. To the left of 80 Horatio is 76 to 78 Horatio, which is a pair of early 20th century buildings, which were combined into an apartment house in the 20s. And to the right of number 80 is 82 to 88 Horatio, an apartment building consisting of 4 units, which was built in 1878. 80 Horatio was altered in 1909 when bathrooms were installed at the front and rear of each floor, because there were 2 apartments per floor, and a storefront was installed at that time. A Department of Buildings alteration application from 1909 documents the installation of the storefront. The small bathroom windows were installed at the center bay above, the center bays above at that time as well, at both the front and rear facades. On the left is the building in its current condition, And on the right is the 1940s tax photo, which shows the original framing materials of the storefront, none of which remain today. On the left are photos of what the building looked like at the time of designation in 1968, and on the right are close-up photos of the later alterations that were made. So that's its current condition. The storefront itself has been altered since the 1910s. Its window frames and doors have been replaced. Its bulkhead beneath the windows have been brought forward and are painted plywood. The projecting cornice that was under the sign band in the 1940s is no longer there. There's just parging where there had been that projecting cornice, and that parging sort of unites with the lintels of the windows above. Here are photos of the existing conditions at the storefront. Again, the storefront structure has been replaced, and what you're looking at is painted plywood and wood-framed windows, and the cast iron columns that were installed at either end of the facade when the storefront went in. This building has long suffered deferred maintenance, as you can see here from the poor condition of the storefront and the economical application of stucco where there was once that cornice. Here are the existing and proposed front facade elevations. There is restorative work proposed that, existing and proposed elevations. There is restorative work being proposed, but also work that is commission level, including the removal of the bathroom windows, patching that masonry with brick to match the existing, and the removal of the fire escape, and the removal of the existing storefront and its doorway, and the installation of new ground floor infill to replicate the original appearance of this building. Now, since we haven't been able to find documentation of what exactly this house looked like prior to the 1940s, the new ground floor design is somewhat conjecture. We looked for precedents for other 1850s houses in the district and other houses with English stoops or that lacked a stoop. Therefore, 83 Jane Street, which is just around the corner from this building and was also built in 1853, served as our design inspiration. 83 Jane is an Anglo-Italian style house with an English basement, which means it has an almost at-grade entrance on a low stoop. It also has a narrow entrance and narrow side lights. So what you're seeing here is a proposed new brownstone bulkhead where the facade meets the sidewalk, and new brick to match the historic at the upper floors, and two punched window openings at the ground floor with decorative metal grills, and as I said, a narrow entrance with a transom and a lintel to match that of the window openings. And this, by the way, this photo is of 83 Jane Street, which is around the corner. Here are the existing and proposed, here's the existing front elevation in context, and the proposed front elevation in context, which shows that the residential character that would be restored with this work would make this building more harmonious with within its own streetscape, and would better relate to the neighboring buildings. You can also see that the elevation, in this elevation, that the proposed rooftop bulkhead is visible. That's going to be described to you in further detail later in the presentation. Just wanted to point that out, that what you're seeing there would be a new structure on the roof. And here you can see a close-up elevations of the existing and proposed ground floor with sidewalk plan. The sidewalk is currently concrete and would be replaced with bluestone flags. Here are the existing and proposed ground floor sections showing how the restored wall would be built. And here are some images of doorways that served as inspiration for the new doorway at 80 Horatio. You'll note that the narrow side lights and divided light transoms are present at other houses, in particular at 83 Jane. A window grill at 79 Jane serves as the design inspiration for the new grills at 80 Horatio's ground floor windows. You can see that in the bottom left photo. And a globe light on an armature is proposed, which is a typical design from the late 20th century, late 19th, early 20th century, that's proposed for next to the doorway. And as I mentioned, we looked for precedents for houses built with low English stoops or at grade entrances within the district. Here in these 1930s tax photos are some examples of somewhat similar buildings that were being used as multiple family dwellings. One of these houses, 46 Horatio, provides an interesting case study as an example of a house that was likewise altered in the early 20th century in that its stoop was removed and two separate entrances were installed, framed by cast iron columns. The recreation of the original ground floor appearance was approved in 2015. Going left to right, you can see the building in the 1930s tax photo, the 1960s designation photo, its appearance in 2015, and the elevation that was proposed in 2015, and finally its current appearance today. Here for context again are photos of the north and south sides of the street. You'll note that 80 Horatio is really an anomaly in the block and that there are no other mid-block storefronts. In this part of the village, storefronts are usually at corners or on wider streets and avenues that get more pedestrian traffic. Here are photos of the corners of the avenues showing where there are storefronts at the corner of Horatio and Washington and at Greenwich. And here are some historic photos of the storefronts that were and locations in the early 20th century close to our subject building. These buildings still have storefronts today. These are photos of Washington Street between Jane and Horatio. And we have additional historic photos of storefront locations in the appendix, other storefronts in Greenwich Village. Okay. Now, transitioning to looking at the proposed rear alteration, please note that 80 Horatio Street was not built as part of a row, and its rear facade has never aligned with the rear facades of its neighboring buildings. Incidentally, the upper left map from 1852 shows us that, again, 80 Horatio was not originally built with a storefront. There's one dot on the lot, which denotes a brick building. If it also had a commercial storefront, it would have had two circles rather than just one dot. Okay, so here are the existing and proposed rear elevations. The proposal is to reconstruct the entire rear facade due to its poor condition. It will be reconstructed in its current location using brick to match the original. New and large glazed openings are proposed at the lower floors, separated by brick courses above the first floor opening and by a metal spandrel between the second and third floor openings. These separations are in response to comments that we received from the Community Board and from LPC staff. A hierarchy of fenestration will be maintained by having smaller punched openings at the upper floors. And the top of the wall will be crowned by a brick dentiled cornice, which the building likely originally had, like the rears of houses across the block that face onto Jane Street. Here is the proposed block plan, in which you can see that the rebuilt rear facade will be in the same plane as it is currently. And please note again that the rear does not align with its neighbors. So here's the existing rear facade in context with its neighbors. Here are close-up photos of that rear facade, which show that the entire rear has been coated with a cementitious coating like Thorocoat at some point, which traps moisture in the brick and is impossible to remove without damaging the brick. It also shows what looks to me like the parapet was rebuilt at some point, in that the brickwork at the top is different and lacks any kind of a decorative simple cornice, which would have also been typical of a building of this age, this period. Here's the existing rear facade in context and the proposed rear facade in context. Here are the proposed rear facade sections and plan details showing how the rear wall will be constructed. Here you can see close-up photos of the existing rear facade at the parapet and images of what the dentiled cornice would look like after reconstruction. Here's a rendered view of the proposed rear facade, as well as images of the proposed windows and brick. Soldier courses are proposed at the window lintels. There are ample precedents within the district for the commission approving large glazed openings at the rear floors of houses. Please note that 75-77 Jane and 79-81 Jane are approvals that are directly across the interior of this block from 80 Horatio. Now moving on to looking at the rooftop addition. These are existing condition photos of the roof. You might notice it has a somewhat funhouse character because that bulkhead is leaning. That's not just like an angle of the lens that's leaning about, I don't know, 30 degrees. It was interesting getting up on that roof. Here's the existing and proposed roof plans where you can see the proposed rooftop addition, which is really just for, like I said, a rooftop and an elevator. Here it is in section, showing the height at, I believe, 10 feet for the bulkhead. We'll check that. And section looking the other way. There'll be a privacy screen in addition to the bulkhead. Additional rooftop elevations, giving you more details. Here in these axonometric views, we have existing and proposed, looking from the front of the house to show you the bulk that would be installed. And an axonometric looking from the rear, showing you that bulk. Here are the mock-ups that were constructed and photographed from the street. They're not visible directly in conjunction with the front facade, not when you're in front of the building, but as you walk a bit east toward Greenwich, it does become visible from that intersection. I want to point out that really the only thing that makes this bulkhead a commission level review is the fact that a small portion of it is visible. Otherwise, it would have been eligible for a staff level review. So you can see it here in this blown up image, the little bit of orange netting that you can see on the framing of the mock-up. And here, as you've stepped a little farther back on Greenwich, and a little farther more toward the avenue. And here's the existing building section, the proposed building section, which again shows us that the bulkhead is not visible as you look at the building directly from across the street. This also shows us the proposed excavation, which would be full lot excavation extending to the rear lot line. Existing and proposed cellar plans. And existing and proposed first floor, showing you also the changes at the rear yard. There would be a planting area left intact here at the east side of the rear yard. That would be an above grade planting area, but it would actually be in total area comparable to what the planting area would be if it had been below grade. This is just showing us change in elevation in the rear yard, really not a substantial change. And that's it. That's our presentation. We thank you and we look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, are there questions? Stephen or Commissioner Wilder?
What's the height of the existing or proposed parapet?
Do you guys remember that offhand? No change in height to the parapet.
So what is the height? What is it?
You have-
currently?
Well,
You're
I'm
adding the.
going to ask one of the architects to come stand up and
Okay.
answer your questions.
Is,
Give one.
is the railing on top of the?
So the height of the my name is Kevin. The height of the existing parapet is 48 feet 10 inches. We're not modifying the front or rear. Yeah. We're keeping the existing front and rear parapet of the building. And the front right now is at 40, 48 feet 10 inches. It's right here.
Vice Chair Master.
Jackie, did you say that originally this was a residential house and then it converted into a storefront later?
Yes, correct. So we haven't been able to find conclusively if this was built as multiple use dwelling, multiple family that is, or single family, but what we can say for sure is that it was not originally built with the storefront. We have that documented in historic maps, which noted it as just residential. If it, as I said, there's notes on these old maps that, unfortunately, I know the resolution here is not clear enough to show you that, but these old fire insurance maps were noted in such a way to tell people what exactly these buildings were. So the top ones that are the older ones tell us that this was built as a residence, and it was built of masonry. If it was built with a storefront on the bottom floor, it would have had a different note on it. It would have said, rather than one single dot, it would have had two little circles. I know that seems somewhat strange and obtuse in today's world. But we can also point to this document. Oh, sorry, this presentation is so many pages. We can also show you this DOB form that was filed in 1909. I wish I could zoom in on it, but where my cursor is, it's describing installation of a new storefront and bathroom windows at the upper floors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
So the change from the storefront to the proposed elevation is aesthetic in that you could take the storefront, put in frosted glass or something to create some privacy and keep the storefront, and then have the residential use behind it. Am I missing anything here?
Well, you're missing the fact that the storefront as it exists is in such poor condition, it would all have to be replaced anyway.
Right.
And it is not original material. It's not what was originally.
But you have documentation back to at least the 1930s of what the storefront looked
Do
like.
have that tax photo, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any, let's go ahead and move to testimony. Not seeing anybody in the room to testify. Let's go to Elizabeth Lee for Zoom testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be the Historic Districts Council.
This is Emma Bartley speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this proposal inappropriate. The redesign of the front facade, particularly the removal of the storefront, aggressively erases the building's historic mixed-use character, even if originally built as residential. The committee is also concerned that the proposal entails an extensive rebuilding of the facade that appears unlikely to preserve the integrity of the historic masonry. At the rear, we believe the oversized 3-story glazed openings at the lower levels are out of proportion with the rest of the rear facade's openings. We encourage the applicant to rethink the project with a design that better expresses the building's historic use and form. For example, we believe retaining elements of the storefront would not only better respect the building's history and evolution, but would contribute positively to the overall streetscape. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Chenault Spence.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, I'm Chenault Spence, Chair of Community Board 2 Manhattan. We are concerned that essentially modifying a tenement house into an enlarged row house, that the windows suitable to a standard width row house are ill proportioned to the width and height of the facade and lack variety of heights from floor to floor, the parlor floor in particular, and that the ironwork could have a more suitable historic design. For the rear wall, I will read from our resolution. The unrelieved full-width window openings with small panes and no setback or horizontal elements such as balcony at the parlor level or other structural expression give the three-story window wall an overwhelming appearance and is objectionable. We recommend that a sense of the original floors and window placements be preserved. It can be seen in all of the present examples shown by the applicant today that this variety of windows is important to a building. Thank you very much.
The next speaker will be Jonathan Mellon.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Mellon on behalf of Village Preservation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I know you've had a very long day, so I will be brief. As you know, we submitted some written testimony, but I just wanted to expand on it a bit. We have a number of areas of concerns that have been noted as well by some of the speakers before me. Primarily, when you walk on this block, this is a particularly notable block in terms of the variety of architectural styles. To the north is a particularly notable row of Greek Revival houses, but the southern side are primarily multifamily buildings. In our research, this building, which dates from around circa 1853, we believe could be one of the early tenement buildings. As such, we have some concerns that was raised by our preservation committee over the proposed design of the entrance, which seems to be more of a typology of a row house as opposed to a multifamily building such as this one that we believe it originally was. In addition, we do have concerns about the proposed rooftop addition, that it would, of course, we would want to make that would not be visible. The amount of demolition on the rear elevation, while acknowledging that you all have approved alterations to the lower floors of rear elevations that are not prominently visible, as well any excavation to make sure that there's no damage to the building or the exit ones. But I'm going to close by really the part of our argument, which again, the others have mentioned. This building, I think the applicant noted in their own presentation, is a bit of an outlier, but we don't see that as a bad thing. We see it as a good thing. The Greenwich Village Historic District, we all know, is notable for a varied streetscape, and this block is incredibly varied. The alterations, which as the applicant correctly noted, back to 1909, have been for well over 100 years. The building was changed 50 plus years after its state of construction. As such, they truly reflect the evolution of this building over the past 2 centuries. And what is of great concern to the preservation is historic fabric would be removed, not for a restoration, because I believe the applicant, if I misquoting the applicant, I apologize, noted the actual facade design is not known of this building. So what the applicant is asking all to approve is to remove historic fabric that has been there for over 100 years for a facade that has been drawn, up with now, which we do not feel is appropriate. I would just close on a personal note, having grown up in New York City's historic district and in the historic district directly to the south, I can think of numerous examples of commercial storefronts that have been adaptively reused for residential use, as Commissioner Ginsburg noted, and that are very successful because they still allow those buildings to read as they had originally. So thank you for your time.
The next speaker will be Zach Weinstein.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may begin.
Great. Yes, my name is Zach Weinstein. I'm representing Save Gansevoort. I also live at 92 Horatio Street, which is a couple of 100 feet west of the subject property. I've lived there for 45 years, so I'm pretty familiar with the block. I've got a couple of, first of all, I just want to say I strongly support the comments by the Historic Districts Council. I think they're spot on. I'd like to add a couple of things. First of all, would like to note that there is massive cellar excavation as part of this application. As we are all too familiar in this area, that has too often led to structural compromise of the buildings and loss of historic facades. And I really hope that all appropriate measures will be taken to avoid such a possibility. Second of all, I'm a little puzzled by the proposed the cornice on the new proposed front facade. It's much smaller and somewhat less ornamentation than ornamentational than the existing historic facade. If the existing facade needs to be replaced for structural reasons, I don't understand why it's not simply replicated in modern materials. Then, most importantly, the loss of the ground floor retail. This has traditionally been a mixed-use neighborhood. It's been related to the meat market and maritime uses that surrounded it. It's had, it's had stores. It's had workers' housing to support those industries, and retail storefronts are an important part of its history and character. And those retail storefronts are getting lost. The applicant mentioned that there are storefronts around the corner on Washington Street, but the applicant's incorrect that they still exist. The only storefront that still remains of the multiple storefronts between 783 and 79 Washington are the one at the corner of Jane and Washington at 783. In addition to those storefronts, there was additional commercial activity on the ground floor of my building, 92 Horatio Street, which was a diner for many years until the entire ground floor commercial area was replaced with residential uses. There's going to be loss of historic material if that storefront is ripped out and replaced. There's an iron column on the left side of the storefront if you're facing, left side of the entrance door if you're facing the building. I assume that's original material. It's shown as missing in the proposed new facade. Also, the design of the proposed facade is frankly awful. It is generic. It is lacking in any character or particular reference to the street and to the neighborhood. Whatever is done, I think it's important that at least the structure of the storefront be retained. And this is an important part of the history and also the structural variety that has typified the area be maintained. I have one other question or concern. The applicant for this proposal at 80 Horatio Street already owns the building at 81 Jane Street, the townhouse that's directly abuts the rear yard of 80 Horatio. In addition to 81 Jane,
So sorry,
he
that's
also
time.
owns.
If you could summarize your final points,
I am
please.
summarizing. He also owns 79, 77, and 75 Jane. Is it appropriate I express concerns and ask questions about the possible construction of a massive compound in this area and the impacts of such a massive, a conglomerate compound on the historic district and the loss of residential housing. Thank you.
The next speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society of New York. We testify in opposition to the proposed alterations to 80 Horatio Street. Built in 1853 as a mixed-use building, as stated in the designation report, its ground floor has carried a storefront and commercial entrance for most of its history. And that storefront, with its cast iron pilasters and brownstone surround, is what still communicates the building's mixed-use origins today. The application proposes to demolish this storefront entirely and replace it with a residential-style brick infill and double-hung windows, making the facade read as purely residential for the first time in its history. The applicant's own materials show that similar storefronts once defined this streetscape at nearby addresses on Washington and West 4th Streets, many of which are already gone. Losing this one would compound that erosion. We urge the Commission to deny this portion of the proposal and require that the storefront, its pilasters, and its brownstone surround be retained or replaced in kind. We also point out that all the floors in the building are being removed and reconstructed, as is the roof and much of the rear wall. At the front, by the time the ground floor is rebuilt, the small windows and fire escape are removed, and the brickwork infilled, and the brownstone trim reconstructed. This will essentially be a new building. It should have been calendared as demolition and reconstruction. Finally, we also find that the new facade design is overly simple for a single house of this size. It is like the simplest of 2- or 3-story houses, inappropriately stretched, both in width and in height. The typical differentiation of the ground and parlor floors is missing, as is an emphasis on the main entrance. The entire design needs to be rethought. Thank you, Commissioners.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to respond to any of the testimony?
So thank you to everyone for their very detailed comments. We appreciate it. And these were all issues that we looked at very carefully. So let's start with the storefront. So there's a lot of concerned comments about the removal of this storefront, which is understandable. I have to reiterate, and I'm sorry, John, you're wrong. This building's not built with a storefront. Please keep me on the Christmas card list. This, as I've explained before, we have that document from DOB. We have the old maps that describe this as having been entirely a residential building to begin with. So and then, as we're showing you the condition of this, it's not like we have something original and authentic, historically important that we can set about restoring. We have something that is, a second alteration, a second iteration of this storefront. So the question then becomes for you, is it more authentic to put in another storefront or to restore it back to its original residential character? It's our belief that this is an opportunity for full restoration of this building to hopefully look like what it did originally, keeping in mind the critique we got from Community Board 2. Thank you, Chenault, for that. We'd be happy to look at the size of the ground floor windows. I think that's definitely a valid and experienced comment to make, that maybe those windows should be lengthened. Let's see, where else do I want to go with this? Regarding the size of the rear glazed openings, I'd also want to point out that the view of the glazed openings at the back is really going to be blocked by the fact that, can I go to, sorry, I just want to go back to the proposed block plan, so I can make this point quickly. Again, I'm sorry we have so many slides. Thank you. I know, I'm just trying to, okay. 31, 21, I just missed it. Okay, so you'll note that there are these buildings that extend deeper into the lot just to the west of this house. There is this interesting back house that was constructed when the two houses in front of it were united and made into an apartment house. So most people living in this block are not even going to see this these large glazed openings at the back of this house. And like I also showed, there is precedent for the commission approving similarly sized large glazed openings, including ones that extend for 3 stories. One that's in this proposal that I can think of is 161 West 13th Street. And returning to the issue of the storefront for a second, I also want to look at this case study one more time, if you'll allow me. Ready to go. Okay, so 46 Horatio Street. This is an example where, in the 1930s or probably in the 1920s, at the same time, when this period where this neighborhood was transitioning and was becoming much more multifamily housing than single-family housing, there was this alteration made to 46 Horatio, which also had cast iron columns installed in order to create 2 door openings. So you can see that again in the designation photo, and that's an example where the commission saw fit to approve the restoration of its original appearance back to what it would have looked like when it was built in the 1830s. Regarding the cellar excavation, all the necessary drawings from the structural engineers have been filed with LPC. They're all going through review by Department of Buildings. There would not be a permit issued by Landmarks until the enhanced engineering review is completed. I think Zach Weinstein was also getting confused between the front and the rear regarding a cornice. The cornice that's proposed is a simple dentil cornice for the rear of the building, not a cornice being replaced on the front of the building. Let me just get back to an image of the building. So here you can see that at the rear, just to create something of a crowning element at the top floor rear. So yeah, I think the last thing I want to say is there's also a practical element to this in that as the architects found soon after taking off the existing roll gate from the storefront, it provided a place for people to rest. And as soon as they did that, someone did start hanging out on this storefront. So there's also just in addition to the question of authenticity, what is the right approach to take to this? There's also the issue of security and how do people want to live who are going to be living inside this building, and do they want to have to worry about people camping out on their front step? With that, I'd like to introduce the owner who'd like to say a few words to you. This is Morris Regan.
Hi, nice to meet you all. Thank you. Just want to make a statement. I've lived in this neighborhood for over 30 years, and I've restored many brownstones here. I have a large family, and we are vested in this neighborhood as much as you can imagine. Anything we do is done with care. I am a builder by business, and what we're doing is investing for my future, for my family. I have many children, and we all hope to live in this neighborhood for a long time. This was originally a residential home for over 60 years before there was a conversion done to have a commercial space on the ground floor. Just to note, the building, the floors all have to come out. The building has settled in the middle. We have our engineer here. It's probably in the worst shape of any building in the block. And if we don't take this intervention, that the building would actually eventually collapse. So we will save and we will restore this to its grandeur and as it was built. And if you see any of the work I have done on 75 or 79 Jane Street, it's all done. And to take on a project like this is a labor of love. They take 4 or 5 years. It's not for the faint heart. I'm not a developer. I'm not flipping these. And we're here for the longevity of this. And what we're trying to do here is build a home for part of our family that is going to be really, it's not compromised, but when you're building the house we're trying to build between 2 apartment buildings, there is no light, hence we want the bigger windows at the back. All the floor heights, the floors have to be changed because of just the structure of them in the building. They have to all come down and be rebuilt. So I appreciate everybody's attention to this, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg, a question?
I just want to confirm, in the rear facade, the top floor windows that are being reconstructed are bigger than the original windows?
What's the size difference? Okay, Jackie Puduvalin again for the record. The architect is telling me the difference will be 12 inches in height at the top floor rear.
Was there the specific reason for that?
Just design aesthetic, just a preference, letting in more light.
Although you could put a skylight in the roof to meet light and air if you needed to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Mahan, will you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Wilder, will you second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. So this is an application to alter the front facade of this row house by converting and infilling the existing storefront into a residential configuration to reconstruct and modify the rear facade, construct a rooftop addition, and excavate the cellar. The commission has gone both ways in considering similar front facade alterations, in some cases approving converting historic storefronts to have a residential design, and other times keeping some of the historic fabric of the storefront. Commissioner Goldblum, could you start the discussion?
Thank you very much. Okay, this is an interesting project, and I think that the record is ambiguous, and it forced me to kind of think about the examples that Jackie cited, that where we did allow for significant modifications of the ground floor and where we didn't. And I think for me, the reason that I fall on the side of no on this one is because we don't have a record of any kind of what this building may have looked like when it was in its pre-storefront state. I think that it's very common that the commission will look at a building that was built a long time ago and then had modifications over time to decide that those modifications have significance as well. And that layer of history that is shown by those modifications should itself be preserved, and that a wholesale winding of the clock back to year zero is not necessarily the appropriate thing to do from a historic preservation perspective. And I think that approach informs my thoughts on this project. I think that the that's coupled with knowing that there have been many conversions of buildings of this nature with storefronts into residential buildings, all residential buildings, where the storefront has been modified but maintained, where I don't believe the commission's become aware of significant security or other problems that have stemmed from those conversions. I'm thinking of McDougal Street, where we just saw a few weeks ago one, and there are 2 or 3 on that block, and I'm sure there's others that I just don't remember. But I think there's a formula for how to do storefronts for single-family houses that this applicant could follow with great success. I think that the retention or restoration of a cornice and the creation of a storefront that was on grade and that allowed, proper access could be done, where you'd be preserving that layer of history that has been around for a very long time. And that is part of Horatio Street, I think, seeing it as a kind of transitional space between residential buildings and commercial or buildings with commercial on the first floor is part of that mix that makes Horatio Street unique. So I would argue for keeping it. I would also argue for keeping those little windows, which I think they're like a flaw. But I think that flaw tells you a story about the building, and I think it's worth preserving. I think that the rear facade is basically okay. I think that the comments about the floors, I think that some of the floors could be taken out, but I think that where the floors are relatively close in height to their proposed positions. We had a presentation here a few weeks ago by our consultant, our structural consultant, Don Friedman, where he noted that in another tenement, if you recall, Soho, where he noted that sistering existing structure would be a less expensive way to maintain a building, a historic building, and flatten out the floors and deal with the kind of issues that the applicant noted. I think that taking a more conservative approach to the interior structure would be a worthwhile thing for them to do. I do think on the lower floors where they're doing this whole big open blowout thing, that's okay. But I think that where the differences are smaller, they should endeavor to keep it.
Commissioner Mann?
Thank you. With regards to the storefront, I too can see the argument both for allowing the change to more residential character as proposed by the applicant, as well as keeping the some recreation of the storefront as it is. I think on this one, I'm on the other side of the argument here. The storefront is not original. Indeed, it is quite old and perhaps significant. But as it exists today, it has been heavily altered. It is in very poor shape. And although, perhaps it could be made to be compatible with the proposed use, that in and of itself would incur additional alterations. So I think the question of authenticity as raised by the applicant is the right one. And because, this is sort of not original, has been heavily altered over time and would be further altered, I'm okay with, reverting to, even if it is a kind of imagined residential character at the ground floor. I'm okay with the rooftop bulkhead. It's quite minimally visible. I'm okay with the rear facade as well.
Commissioner Wilder.
So I agree. I think this is the interesting topic. On the first image that they showed, applicant showed context, I just assumed that the block would be appropriate, but then presence on the entire block, although I do recognize it as I could see it. Throughout the building, I can also find that appropriate. However, currently designed, there should be some level of on that ground floor compared to the other floors similar. I think there should be some sort of similar language of the other. Fire escape is obviously, I think it's okay to be removed. The small window as well, I think if we were just looking at this appropriate, I think top addition is okay.
Vice Chair Master?
Yeah, this is a very interesting question. Do we go retain the storefront because it's been a storefront for a very long time? And it appears that the community feels very strongly that the storefront element should remain. However, the use is a residence, and it was originally a residence. So, do we acknowledge this, period of time when it was a storefront? So I could also be persuaded one way or the other, but given that the use is residential and originally it was residential, I don't feel that we benefit too much from retaining, the storefront. I don't think the material is, it's not in good shape. It's not historic. I find it a little false to, try too hard to retain those elements. In addition, I will note, as Commissioner Wilder noted, it might be a different story if the entire block was, retail and, we were changing it and we were out of character, but it looks like everybody else is also residential on the block. So I would say, you know, I can approve the residential, you know, front facade as presented. I'm fine with the rooftop bulkhead. And I'm also fine with the rear facade. I think that we have approved significant glazing on the lower floors in other incidents. So I think that's in keeping with what we've done. The only comment I have is I know that you're excavating the entire, you know, excavating to the property line. And I would just ask that you keep a 5-foot buffer zone.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
So, I agree with Commissioner Goldblum on this one. We know what the storefront looks like now, even though it needs to be rebuilt. We know what the storefront looked like in the 1930s from the historic photo. Presuming this was residential, we don't know what it looked like. So what you're doing is saying, here's our best guess. And I think, as Commissioner Goldblum noted, commercial storefronts have often been converted into residential use. I would be flexible between what's there now and what's in the historic photos, but I think that would be more appropriate. The rooftop addition is fine. On the rear, I'd consider making the top floor windows the same height as they are now. And if you needed more light, putting in skylights above. And I agree with Commissioner Master, Vice Chair Master, that there should be a 5-foot gap between the rear property line and the excavation.
Commissioner Quimby?
Indeed, an interesting project. To begin, I guess I'll start with the items that are easier to digest. I'll start with the rooftop addition. I believe that it's acceptable with its minimal visibility. As for the rear facade, I'm okay with the larger punched openings, but as was stated by Commissioner Ginsburg, I'd agree that the top floor window should be in like kind to the existing. As for the front, very interesting. Either way, there is some reimagining that's going to happen, even if it's physically or by use. And I do believe the applicant gave a compelling argument about the original state of the building. Again, I could go either way with that, but based off of the applicant's ask, I will say keeping it as a residential use or style is okay, but I would state that it's very bland and it needs to be explored in more depth with something that's in like kind.
And Commissioner Chen?
I'm in agreement with several of the commissioners, including Vice Chair Angie Master, that given the history and also Commissioner Wilder's observation about, you know, I'm talking about in terms of the storefront, that you know, reverting back to the original residential makes more logical sense in that regard, since it's we don't have the record of the original storefront or whatever the storefront. It was original residential, so in that regard, I'm fine. I'm fine with the thing with the rear, but I think the RBC is the excavation should be pushed back to give it some space as we typically do.
And Commissioner Jefferson?
Couple of issues. Let's start with the easiest one, the excavation at least 5 feet from the property line. The storefront, I agree that there should be some kind of representation of that, but abstract. It doesn't have to be replication. It could just be simple lines that say, at some point, there was a storefront there. And you can see it in an abstract way. And that's nice for me. Windows are fine. I think they're really nice because they represent what was there. I think the rear facade is also acceptable to me. I think the amount of, we do that all the time. It just seems so much somehow. Scale was pushed back, or I can accept that. And I think those are my comments.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so we're going to take no action today. I think, you know, I think there's a majority of commissioners who found that it's okay to go the direction of residential. There was two who felt strongly against that. But of that group that thought it was okay to move towards that residential, there was a kind of mixed opinion on how to do that. And so I think the thing to do is work with staff kind of and respond that in some way you can, you know, I think there's a variety of options to kind of rethink how you're doing that residential base, or to keep more of sort of an echo of that storefront. I think that was the comment of a couple of the commissioners. So I think that's a little bit beyond what staff could just approve. So I think it's best for you to come back with that. But there was support for the rooftop addition, the rear yard alterations in general, the excavation if you keep the 5 feet. So I think it's really just that issue of the base.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, and we're going to move to the next item. Corey?
Right. Move to public hearing item number 8. That's LPC 26-12659, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 209, Lot 26, 257 Canal Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension. This is an altered commercial building designed by Edward E. Bloodgood and built in 1925. And the application is to demolish the building and construct a new building.
Okay, and I want to note that Commissioner Chen is recused from this item. Okay, you could go ahead, start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Cass Stackelberg, Higgins, Quaisbarth, and Partners. Wanted to introduce our design team, who you'll be hearing from, or the project team rather, who you'll be hearing from as part of this presentation. First, Jeremy Kumbian, who's the president and CEO of Children's Village, who is our client and will be operating the building that's proposed here. Marjorie Perlmutter, founding member of Urban Factors, Land Use Council on the project, and David Kubik, partner at BKSK Architects. I'm going to begin, and then we will all participate in the discussion this afternoon. The slide here is illustrating the project site. On the photograph on the left, 257 and 259 Canal Street. This two-story building on the north side of Canal Street. It was built in 1925 and is called out in the designation report as being a no-style building, which indicates that the building does not contribute to the underlying historic district. The district itself is the Soho extension, which was designated in 2010. The map on the right illustrates the boundaries of the extension in red, and then the core Soho district from 1973 in blue. A couple things to point out, both on the photograph and the map. The photograph, you see a building that is under construction that's 130 Lafayette Street, directly behind the project site. That's just outside the historic district. And then the map, a few things to point out here. One is just the location of the project site here in black. Really right in the southeast corner of the district, there's one lot, and it's this building here, one lot to the east that is at the edge of the district, but we are down there in the southeast corner of the extension, very much sort of outside the core of the main historic district. The district itself, I think you all are well familiar with it. It's a amazing collection of small federal-style row houses from the first quarter of the 19th century. The city's greatest collection of cast iron fronted buildings and tall steel frame commercial buildings that proliferate throughout the district. Interestingly, the designation report actually notes or refers to these steel frame commercial buildings as true skyscrapers. There are obviously, of course, a number of commission-approved buildings throughout the historic district, which vary in styles, historic and referential to contemporary and modern. The overall project illustrated here in rendering and within its context involves sort of two primary pieces. One is the commission will need to find that the demolition of the existing building on the site and it is appropriate as a no-style building in the district. And then, of course, the commission must also find that the construction of a 20-story building on this site too is appropriate. Obviously, here shown in rendering, designed in historically compatible and referential style. In terms of the program, the building will include 88 units of new housing. These units will be 100% low-income, permanently affordable. 60% of these units will be supportive. It would be the first new permanently affordable development in the historic district under the new zoning. Of course, in this rendering, one can also see the changing context in which the proposal is located. 130 Lafayette Street here, that's the building that was under construction in the earlier photograph. That's outside the district, but the two lots abut and sort of linked together. That's a 275-foot tall building, 25 stories. And then at the end of Canal Street at Broadway, the building at 277 Canal Street that was just approved by the commission last week, presented at about 227 feet, perhaps will be slightly taller. The project also includes the integration of artwork on this east lot line window. And of course, as a part of the Soho Historic District, the inclusion of artwork is, I think, particularly significant. Obviously, the Soho as the center of art creation, galleries historically, the designation report notes it as one of the most important creative centers of contemporary art in the nation. There's also sort of an interesting specific reference to the use of lot line windows in this historic district as the location of artwork, sometimes on the exterior, sometimes even integrated directly into the sidewalks of the district fabric. Also, I think it's worth noting sort of a set of unique circumstances here on this project site. One is, of course, the site's history, these two separate buildings that were cut down to create the building that's there today. The building itself on the site is a no-style building. The position of this proposal in the southeast corner of the district, and as well along Canal Street, the 100-foot wide Canal Street. It's significant as well, I think, the proximity to important intersection and a transit hub right on Canal Street. The project also will require BSA variances, and Marjorie will speak a bit more about that and what is behind that. And before we get into that, though, I thought it would be important for Jeremy to speak a little bit about Children's Village and the program that's proposed. I think it's also worth noting that from a historian's perspective, Children's Village has been around since 1851 and has actually been in existence well before most of the buildings in the historic district themselves were actually constructed. Jeremy?
Thank you. Thanks, Gus. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. I am Dr. Jeremy Kahumban, the President and CEO at the Children's Village. I'm the 9th President at Children's Village. I've been in position for 21 years. So a couple of them died in their seats. I intend not to. Today, we work with three populations: children who are survivors of human trafficking, children who are separated from family due to child welfare, juvenile justice, and criminal justice investigations. 3 populations, 1 mission, and the mission is to get kids back home because the research is pretty clear. Kids do best when they're with people that love them. Year after year, 85% of our children go home. 15% go to amazing foster families, many of them in the New York City, greater New York City area. The median age of our children in homes 16.5. So we have amazing families that step up to be foster families to teenagers. The organization, as you heard Cass mention, was founded in 1851 with a charter from Governor Hunt. Our chairman at that time was Peter Cooper of Peter Cooper Union fame. We operated mostly in the Five Points neighborhood where most of the arrests were happening at that time. Today, we are headquartered in Harlem and Dobbs Ferry. Our proposal is contextual, it's not exceptional. We're not asking for special treatment. We designed this project carefully to fit within the established patterns, scale, material, and the rhythm of this beautiful community of Soho Historic District. It belongs here architecturally, and its intended use is its only meaningful difference, and that is also its public benefit. We are not proposing anything that's temporary. This is not temporary affordability. It's not affordability for a generation. These are permanently affordable homes for New Yorkers, including 54 homes for some of the most amazing young people I could ever work with. I'm the father of 4, so I know what it means to have young people in your life. For generations, housing patterns in New York have concentrated poverty and separated our people from opportunity. Too often, young people live in foster care, have been placed in neighborhoods already burdened by disinvestment, poor housing conditions, and limited access to opportunity that help people thrive. Research consistently shows that where a family lives and where their children attend school is among the strongest predictors of second-generation success, which is why all of us in this room, when we become parents, think about location. And location matters. The Children's Village has a proven track record of creating beautiful, affordable homes in neighborhoods where any one of us would be proud to live. And that is, to us, the critical starting point. We want our young people to live in the same neighborhoods where my children and I would choose to live. So we built a home for Harlem Dowling at 126 and Adam Clayton to honor the Colored Orphan Asylum that was burnt down in 1863 and never rebuilt. We are the managing member that built the Eliza, also known as the Inwood Library Project at Broadway and Dyckman. We built townhouses in Dobbs Ferry in Westchester County. We are reconstructing affordable homes in a historically landmark building in Peekskill, where we are also building a new library. We'll be one of the few organizations that have built 2 libraries in 5 years. And that's just a few of our projects that are in the pipeline. And here, we want to do the same. We want to bring things that are incredibly beautiful and let our families and our young people enjoy this amazing neighborhood. The building height, by the way, is not arbitrary. We've met with HPD and all interested parties for many, many months and arrived at this height to accommodate the complex financing streams that we need to make this project a reality. To me, being a New Yorker, I can tell you that this feels like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do something in this amazing neighborhood that brings so much joy to every one of us that walks through it. And I know it will do the same for our young people and our hardworking New Yorkers that will have permanently affordable homes in one of the most beautiful neighborhoods in Manhattan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair. Great to see you all. So I'm Marjorie Perlmutter, Land Use Counsel to the developer Alembic and to the Children's Village. So as you heard from Kaz, this project needs a variance from the Board of Standards and Appeals. So that's what I'm going to talk about and explain how that works. And usually a variance requires a finding of uniqueness by the Board of Standards and Appeals. So I know the word unique came up recently in another conversation about a building, and I want to sort of distinguish that from what we have here. So from the point of view of the Board of Standards and Appeals, the site is unique because it is very shallow, and you'll eventually see a floor plan, a site plan of that, with its deepest portion forming a sort of a tail of only 84.5 feet in depth, and its shallowish portion, which is the other half of the site, is only 71 feet deep. So it's an abnormally shallow lot, so that's unique. And the residential project that might have been pursued without a BSA variance, say a market rate project, just to throw that out, would only have been possible because this site is also located within 100 feet of the street corner. And so under zoning, there's no rear yard requirement. And so that's how, with this odd shaped lot, you get away with not having to pull back from the 71-foot depth, but you'll see that it does pull back on that tail of the 84-foot depth. And then finally, it's also in the historic district, which is not a finding of uniqueness because we have so many buildings that are located in historic districts, but it's on the edge, right? But more important than any of those things, this is a singularly rare and special case where in Soho, with a median census tract household income of $150,000 to $250,000, depending on family size, we are proposing 100% very low and low income supportive housing project. And so we're looking at 3 census tracts that fit within the Soho Historic District, but even within Community District 1, there are no 100% affordable housing projects, interestingly. So as has been mentioned, 88 of the 88 of the units will be low income and 1 supers unit. 60% will be for very low income supportive housing residents who earn between 35 and 40% of area median income. That's an extremely low income. And 40% will be for low income residents earning an average of 60% of area median income, where in this region of Soho, you're in an area where it falls off the chart. If you get past 250,000, there's little asterisks on the census tract saying, we don't know what to say about this because it's so far in excess of what the standard is. So HPD, as has been mentioned, and related sources fund these projects on a per unit basis. The more units in the building, the higher the viability of the project. And the way the BSA works it is they'll look at a building and say, you're asking for 88 units. What if you only provided 75 units? And then the underwriters show whether there's still a gap in financing. And in this case, the sweet spot is this 88 units. So to accommodate more units, the building is taller and with somewhat more floor area than is permitted as of right, hence the need for a variance. And a BSA variance is required to vary the maximum street wall height, that's 155 feet, and a 10-foot setback requirement. So in fact, we're only going to 222 feet to the roof, and the maximum allowable height in the district is 275 feet. So we don't need a variance for height. We need a variance simply to not set back at that 155-foot point by 10 feet, which, by the way, works much better with the character of a historic district, which mostly doesn't have setbacks at those kind of arbitrary heights. The other is that the maximum floor area ratio in this zoning district is 12. And in order to enable this project, we will need a variance to bump that up by probably, we're still working on those numbers, probably around 2 FAR. So this variance concept is different than the other ones that prove uniqueness. This variance is for housing development only available to low-income housing providers under what's known as the Cornell deference doctrine, which was something that was created in 2017 and has produced already a couple of thousand units of housing under this special doctrine where if you produce 100% low-income affordable, you get to build what is considered appropriate to the character of the neighborhood. So that's a BSA finding as well. BSA looks around the neighborhood and looks to see what are the heights of the buildings. And if there's another building that's the same height or taller, then BSA says it fits within neighborhood character, hence looking at 130 Lafayette, there's already a building under construction that would justify to BSA. However, BSA has advised me that they will defer to the Landmarks Commission because the commission has a stricter view of how it determines what's appropriate height. And so based on whatever the commission decides, that's the way that the BSA will go. So the variant, if granted, would be specific to Alembic, who's the developer, and Children's Village, who's the operator of the building, and cannot be transferred to another user without going back to the BSA to make similar low-income and supportive housing findings. And finally, the variance requires that the building remain low income for the life of the building, so it cannot later be converted to market rate units, which is always a concern expressed by various people in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marjorie. So a bit about the context and the history of the site, and then David will take us through the design presentation. So this is a current view of the corner. This is the northwest corner, of course, of Canal and Lafayette Street project site located here in the current condition of 130 Lafayette Street, undergoing construction as we speak. As well, looking at the block context, so in red is the outline of the historic district extension. So you can see there's one lot to the east of us in the southeast corner of the district. The building is, the lot is 50 feet in frontage, and you can see that it's both shallow and this irregular form that Marjorie noted. It is kind of linked directly with 130 Lafayette Street. 257 Canal Street, I think worth noting, is the only building on the block within the historic district that is determined as a no-style building. All the other buildings on the district have style designations, Greek Revival houses, Italianate and Queen Anne style store and loft buildings. This is the only no-style building on the block, which would indicate that it is really the only location where a new demolition and new ground-up construction could take place. Elsewhere, looking at the context, this is now just across the street, the south side of Canal Street, looking west on the far left margin here. The photograph is a Bogardus designed cast iron store and loft building, an individual landmark, and then further down the block, the north edge of the Tribeca North Historic District with a sort of range of 5- and 8-story masonry fronted buildings, and then 401 Broadway here, just around the corner from the project site at over 300 feet, 26 stories. This is all part of the visual context of the site. We've talked a bit about this. On the left, of course, is the rendering for 130 Lafayette. That building is under construction at 275 feet, just outside the historic district. And then a rendering from the presentation for 277 Canal Street, just down the block from the project site, with 130 Lafayette in the background. As the commissioners know, the project was approved. It was presented at 227 feet in height, and may be adjusted to be slightly taller. A little bit about the site history. The photograph on the left from 1915, illustrating the two 1850s store and loft buildings, both 6-story buildings that were abutted one another on the north side of Canal Street. In 1925, they were cut down. I think it's interesting that in DOB, this was not a new building application, it was an alteration. So literally they were cut down, reassembled, opened up the ground floor, but it was sort of the guts of those two buildings and sort of cut down and reconstructed into what is there today and seen in the 1940 tax photo, as well as these current photographs, just a series of photographs just illustrating what those current conditions are. As I mentioned, the property is noted in the designation report as a no style building. This idea of the demolition of two 1- and 2-story buildings in the historic district, both within the original 1973 district, and the extension is one that the commission has addressed before. There are many examples of similar buildings being approved for demolition. We've included just 6 here, and the buildings that took the place of these structures, as I mentioned, ranged in architectural style and scale, ranging from about 6 stories to 13 or 14 stories in height, a wide range of building types in different locations throughout the district. Looking at the history of the buildings in the district, there's an essential idea baked into the original designation report from 1973 about advances in structural technology. And these 3 slides kind of are meant to sort of illustrate that transition from the earliest buildings in the district, these federal-style row houses which permeate throughout the historic district, typically 3-story buildings built in the first quarter of the 19th century. The cast iron fronted buildings, 5- and 6-story loft buildings from the late 50s through the 1870s, and then the steel frame construction, these referred to as skyscrapers in the designation report, these much taller commercial buildings, which were sprinkled in large part along Broadway, but also elsewhere throughout the district. And this change, obviously, in technology resulted in change of scale. And I think this is an important point to make. And similar changes in technology resulted in greater height. Today, the proposal that we're bringing to you is a reinforced concrete structure. It incorporates pile caps and grade beams and different structural techniques that allow us to build on Canal Street and to build at height. Today, as one walks down Broadway, there is this great contrast in scales. These steel frame buildings hard up against cast iron fronted buildings and earlier masonry fronted buildings. This is very much a characteristic quality of the district. It speaks to the development patterns that occurred particularly through the 19th century in the district. Many of these buildings, or perhaps even most of these larger buildings, have the same material and color palette, sort of warm buff tones. And there's a lot of articulation and depth at the base and the top, and often sort of more simple a shaft articulation at the center portion. As I mentioned, these tall buildings do not only exist along Broadway. Photographs 499 Broome, which is a Broome Street address, does front onto Broadway, but largely a Broome Street building. 446 Broome, a mid-block building on Broome Street, and 38 Crosby. These are also very tall, also very narrow buildings, significantly taller than their adjacent properties. We wanted to diagram out sort of looking at street widths, because I think understanding the position of this project site relative to street widths is actually quite significant. As we've discussed, this is a property obviously on Canal Street. Canal Street is 100 feet wide. Canal Street was originally laid out at 100 feet wide by 1820. We think this is a significant fact. This was a tremendously wide street, obviously responding to the sort of underlying geographic conditions that occurred on Canal Street, being the location of a canal. The other wide streets in the district directly adjacent, Lafayette and Broadway at 80 feet, West Broadway at 74 feet. That was widened in the 1870s. And then Houston Street, which has its own history, but originally Houston Street was 50 feet wide. And in the beginning of the 20th century was widened as a result of subway improvements and vehicular improvements as well. But I think it's significant to note that Canal Street laid out by 1820 at 100 feet. It is an appropriate place for a tall building. We've also mapped the distinctions in scales, the contrasting scales, and I understand there was discussion about sort of proportion not necessarily being an appropriate way to think about the appropriateness of a tall building, but I do think it really illustrates the character of the historic district, these differentials in height. And so what this diagram illustrates in blue, buildings that are at least 2 times as tall as the adjacent buildings in gray. And you see this sort of throughout the district. There's a perspectival view and a plan view. And this is a condition you see throughout the district. And then here we are in the southeast corner of the district. We also did this for mid-block buildings. So it's not just corner sites, but it's actually sites throughout the district, throughout mid-blocks, where you have buildings adjacent, 2 times as tall as ones directly adjacent. Again, it's not something that necessarily is a clear sort of appropriateness point, but it is one that just is meant to be made to reflect the actual character of the streets, both the wide streets and the narrower side streets. We have also looked at building height. There are buildings, a number of buildings ranging from 100 to 200 feet. They are located primarily along the east edge of the historic district, most likely in relation to the development of the subway lines along Lafayette and along Broadway and Houston Street for that matter. But you see this sort of large scale along this east side. You know, I'll just point out some of the taller buildings here up on the north end of the district, and then just outside the district as part of the context along Lafayette, 275 and 306 feet along Lafayette. Then sort of digging in a little bit more, taller buildings within the district, and then within the vicinity, again, sort of looking at this, the tallest building in the district at 270 Lafayette at 195 feet is directly across the street from a little federal row house that's probably 30 feet. So this is sort of part of the way the district developed. It is part of the characteristics of the district. And so looking at, again, these taller buildings largely along the east edge of the district, sometimes in association with transportation improvements. And then just kind of looking at the periphery of the district, these taller buildings at 130, we've talked about that. And then directly south 401 Broadway at 300 feet, the telephone building at Walker Street, and then further to the west on Canal Street, 75 Varick at nearly 250 feet. So there is significant height. It does exist largely on the east side, but also to the south of the district. We've also looked, in addition to the sort of contrasting scales, the way facade organization was done with skyscraper design. And largely, there's a base shaft capital treatment, 2- and 3-story base treatments, masonry pretty much across the entire facade with the integration of cast iron features or metal panel features at the base, and then prominent rooftop features, whether they're cornices or mansard roofs. These buildings exist along Broadway, but as I said, they also exist on the side streets, 446 Broome Street to be, to illustrate one. But they're also the tops of these buildings to sort of address height and sort of break down the scale of these street wall buildings. The integration of mansard, 2- and 3-story mansard roofs. It's a feature that one sees again throughout the district in the side streets as well as the wider streets. And then as well, lot lines. Historically, lot line walls were typically just solid masonry, but as you walk the streets of the district, one begins to see sort of the proliferation of windows on return walls, and that really speaks to the evolution of buildings and the adaptive reuse of the buildings in the district from commercial buildings to residential buildings. And then finally, with David picking up in just a moment, looking at the way the base of these large-scale buildings have been treated. Most of these buildings are also 50 feet wide, similar to our project site, where one has a 2- or 3-story masonry frame with an inset of metal and glass storefronts and transoms, and this sort of mix and depth of materials giving the base of these buildings tremendous articulation. These are the elements that we've been looking at and sort of find their way as informing the design of the project.
Hello, everyone. David Kubik. I'm a partner at BKSK Architects. I'll walk you through some of the details of the design. So again, looking more specifically at some of the 50-foot wide examples in the district, we noticed some common facade organization techniques. I think overall, the architects at the time really sort of celebrated the height. They introduced lots of different features and compositional elements to kind of create these really grand facades. So starting at the bottom, you would see this kind of grand multi-story base with a deep pier expression, often a transitional floor above that base before you sort of see the repetition of the typical floors. And then these multi-story, multi-layered tops to the building, and then again, finished with either a kind of a bold cornice or mansard roof expression. Also, given that width, you would typically see this kind of ABA rhythm from left to right with sort of 2 main structural piers. I'm sure this evolved out of the structural engineering requirements of that 50-foot dimension, but it was often common to see this ABA rhythm. So again, here we are on the site. I know we've looked at it before, about a 51-foot wide site, also a shallow lot, as Marjorie described. And again, kind of literally touching and hooking the rear yard of 130 Lafayette just to our north. Again, facing Canal Street, Lafayette Street, two of the widest historic streets in the district. Then looking at our proposed building and proposed massing, as Cass mentioned, this is a 20-story tall building. It's 220 feet, 3 inches tall in building height to the main roof level. You can see it does extend the full depth of the east lot line of the building, 71'3" in depth. And it actually reaches and touches the corner there of the 130 Lafayette Street building. This is a helpful view also just to point out the rooftop strategy in terms of locating the mechanical room, the elevator bulkhead, and some of the mechanical equipment in the center portion of the plan as much as possible, pulling it off both the west and east lot lines as much as possible. And really the only thing reaching the side lot lines is the stair bulkhead there on the northeast side. So one of the main features of the proposed massing is to introduce this kind of bold cornice line at the top of our 17th floor. We think that, and you'll see in the material palette of the facade, we think that will contribute and sort of give a sense of a primary reading to the height of the building in a sort of pedestrian experience when walking in the sidewalk. We think that's the first thing you'll read and understand when looking at the facade. At the same time, there's still this very sort of celebratory crown on top with the kind of multi-layered top and mansard roof expression. But you can see that cornice line is at 189 feet, 2 inches. Again, you can also just see where we sit in terms of the district boundary. And I think more than the boundary, I think people don't walk the streets of New York with their district map guide, right? So they don't know when they cross a boundary, but they will feel this overall height and kind of rhythm as it starts on the west side of this block and wraps around to the north side. Again, looking at plan, you can see the property line, the red dashed line here in this diagram, and you can see again how it kind of hooks and tooths into the rear yard spaces of 130 Lafayette. So looking at the composition more specifically, the perspective rendering on the left, again, you can kind of see the strategy of that kind of grand multi-story base with a transitional third floor, kind of mixing the materials. And then you see a repetition of the typical floors loosely organized in this double height reading. And then a slight shift in the composition for the top 2 floors before the main cornice. And then the palette shifts again to a slightly darker, deeper tone at the top, sort of mimicking the base, and you get the 2-story mansard roof and dormer window expression at the top. Here too, implementing that kind of ABA rhythm to the overall facade where you kind of get this bookend of very wide, bold masonry piers organizing the facade. Just quickly looking at the north facade, once you turn the corner from the main facade, we use a more common red brick palette. So these are the windows for the two rows of windows here for the units facing the back, and this is the row of windows serving the corridor next to the elevator and fire stair. And at the top, you can see the elevator bulkhead and just a touch of the mechanical screen, as well as a second-story common terrace for the building at the bottom. Just looking at the palette more specifically. So again, looking at those historic examples, particularly on that slide where we were looking at lot line conditions, you would often see a kind of off-white, beige, creamy masonry tone, limestone tone on the front facades. When those facades turn the corner, that material would return for a bit, but then switch to kind of a more utilitarian red brick palette. So on the main facade, we're proposing this kind of off-white light brick tone, which you can see in that sample there on the floor in front of you. So that's the main brick blend for the building. There are accents throughout that utilize a darker, almost black brick. You can see that in these 2 piers here, as well as some of the detailing in the spandrel, which we can look at more carefully in some other slides. At the base of the building, it's a mix of granite at the very base where it meets the sidewalk. And then the main frame of the base is this gray limestone. The dormer is a pre-patinaed zinc standing seam roof material. The mechanical screens are this dark gray just to kind of complement the zinc. And then the storefront, we did pick this specific historic green color, which we thought was appropriate for the storefront, which we'll show you. One thing we just wanted to touch on was the overall mechanical strategy for the building. We are incorporating console units behind the windows, under the windowsill, which means that they'll have this small horizontal louver at the bottom of the window. The big advantage of this, one, it's a good, smart, economical, efficient approach for the building, but even more importantly, it means we do not have to have a significant amount of mechanical equipment on the roof. You know, with 88, 89 apartments, that would be a lot of condensers if we were to go for a standard approach using condensers on the roof, and this avoids all of that. So we have a lot less mechanical equipment on the roof and less visibility. So we thought that was a better approach overall for the project. Also, just kind of pause and look at this view of the main brick facade, where I think you can appreciate the kind of depth and substantialness that the brick detailing is trying to incorporate. The windows are set back a full 12 inches, the spandrels are set back 4 inches, and so it allowed us to incorporate different and intricate and variety of brick details to give it that kind of heft and substantialness that we think is so characteristic of the facades in this district. So an overall view, again, you can see the effects of that that main cornice line at the top of the 17th floor, and that sort of initial immediate reaction of what that street expression is with that off-white brick facade. And then again, turning the corner, the facade expresses its thickness. It returns for 2 foot 8 inches before you see the lot line windows there, and then the more common utilitarian red brick. And then again, you can sort of see the effects of that mansard strategy, minimizing the overall effect of that facade. You can also start to appreciate the scale of the base and how it relates to the existing buildings and their storefronts, and also the transitional zone here at the 3rd floor and how that relates to the neighboring buildings. Again, at the top of this view, very little mechanical equipment, so we're just seeing a little sliver of the mechanical screen, but that's it on the west lot line. A view from the east. So again, as you saw earlier, sitting in this kind of very new and evolving context with 130 Lafayette here to our north, recently approved 277 Canal to our west, and the similar compositional strategy of our kind of grand base, celebratory crown. You can see again the bulkheads as they're centrally located in plan, that they have you know, a fairly minimal effect on the overall reading, and it's just the stair bulkhead that kind of bumps up. We are incorporating this custom precast and brick artwork piece, which we'll show you a little bit more in subsequent slides. Looking a little bit more at the street level, getting a little closer, you can again see the way we relate in height to the neighboring buildings, and really trying to create this grand base of a rich stone and brick detailing there. Just pause and look at these entrances. So the eastmost bay is the primary residential entrance for the building. The middle 3 bays are the commercial space for the project. And then the western bay is a service and egress door for the building. So even the compositional strategy and the program marry well to that end. Also on the 2nd floor, these storefront windows, behind those windows are actually the administrative area for Children's Village. This is where they'll work, their workspace to operate the building. So there aren't apartments behind those windows. So we also think coincidentally the program is kind of marrying with the facade strategy well. And so the apartments start here on 3 and then march up. So looking at the details of the materials a little more specifically, so again, we kind of have a bush-hammered granite base at the bottom of these limestone piers. These 4 are the kind of slightly darker gray limestone piers. There's a painted aluminum cornice in this dark gray tone, and then there are a series of dark gray painted to match the cornice decorative piers that sort of frame each bay. You can see them on either side of the brick piers here. To give you that first vertical proportion reading, and then an infill of storefront in that historic green color sort of sliding behind. These are the typical floors of the building. So again, really expressing that ABA rhythm with these large brick piers with details on either edge where we sort of let in an inch and do a stack bond detail. And then there are generous cast stone sills at the bottom of each window. We're also incorporating an offset relieving angle and a concealed lintel, so there's no exposed metal steel angle on the underside of this brick. It's a monolithic brick as it turns the corner and meets the window, so you really feel the thickness of that brick facade. And then again, this stack bond brick decorative pier in the center bay, weaving with this kind of basket weave inset black brick here in the spandrel to really express the width of that central bay. You can also see the louvers are on these two sides, but they're not in the middle, so you kind of get a more open central area of the facade. And finally, at the top, after the 17th floor cornice, this is a deep 2'6" projecting cornice. After that, the tone of the palettes starts to get a little darker as it transitions to the zinc standing seam. We have a metal panel language for the dormer windows with this sort of thin perimeter plate detailing the edge of those dormers, and then going up to the parapet for the main roof. There's also this kind of dark cast stone coping rustication on either side. Just a few views from the north. This Crosby Street was really the only street after we examined these three streets where you could start to see a view of it. There are some kind of incidental views a little bit from the north, but I think as image number 3 really summarizes, it's kind of part of a larger context along Lafayette, this backdrop of slightly taller buildings on the avenue at the southeast corner of the district. The artwork, again, as Cass said, there's really great examples in the district of places where artists have been able to take advantage of unique situations, interesting situations to contribute public art, often on these lot line walls. One example on a sidewalk. And so we decided to reach out to Nancy Blum, who's done a lot of large-scale art, public art commissions. We thought she'd be a great fit for this opportunity. And she came to us and proposed this image of a lotus flower, which actually has a really significant, important symbol in the Chinese culture, and which we think is nice as our building is very close to and gestures towards Chinatown, but also the image of a lotus symbolizes kind of growth and development, which we think is a great pairing with the proposed program of the supportive housing. So we're really excited about the imagery and the metaphor that the public art brings. And in the middle paragraph here, the artist was talking about how the root structure of this artwork, she was inspired by a lot of the details in the cast iron decoration that you see on a lot of the elements in the district. This panel to our right here is one little detail to give you a sense of the relief. So the idea is that these would be precast elements and incorporated into the brick wall as panels. You can see how on the bottom image, there's a great sense of kind of carving and relief, and that you would get a really nice play of cast shadow and light as it passes by the building. And then finally, just looking at the floor plans very briefly, just for a full understanding of the building. Again, you can see the residential entry here on the east, the commercial space, and then that egress path on the western edge. The cellar space with all of its back of house required spaces, a little bit of storage for the retail space. We also just wanted to point out, as Cass touched on earlier in the presentation, that a lot of why we see what we see in Soho in terms of the evolution of height, from small townhouses to larger steel frame commercial buildings was a reflection of how technology was evolving, and that there were techniques for building that weren't always available earlier, and that allowed these buildings to get taller over time. And so that's a little bit of the story of what's happening here too. Our construction techniques have evolved, and we can take advantage of using cast in place piles, pile caps and grade beams to allow our building to be the height and weight that it is. Here on the left is the second floor. So here's that administrative suite for Children's Village with their conference rooms and offices and workstations. There's a community lounge for all the residents in the building. And at the second floor is the terrace directly adjacent to that lounge. This is the typical floor plan, 3 through 18. So you can see 3 units facing the street, 2 studios and a 1-bedroom, 2 studios facing the rear. That's how we get our legal light into that small rear space. And then the elevator and fire stair core purposely on the northeast corner where we don't have any access to light and air. And then just a little bit of uniqueness at the top, given our massing. So on the 19th floor, we're starting to set back a little bit with the mansard roof. We're able to maintain the same floor plan and meet all of the HPD standards for the apartment sizes. On the 20th floor, we've set back even more. So in order to comply with HPD standards, we had to kind of switch to a 4-unit strategy. So we have 2 one-bedrooms and 2 studios. And lastly, on the roof, again, you can kind of see our stair and elevator bulkhead, 1 mechanical room with water heaters, and then only a few pieces of mechanical equipment, fortunately, just a generator and some fresh air units to serve the building. And with all of that, I'll pause and take questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I know that we have questions, Commissioner Goldblum.
So tell me about the 11-foot floor to floor.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead. The primary reason we propose 11-foot floor to floor is we just think it generates more appropriate facade proportions as it sits next to the existing buildings. So for us, it was really looking at those masonry proportions, the masonry openings, the window verticality, and if it gets too squat, we always feel like things start to get kind of square and look squat and noticeably different than the historic concepts.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
Following up on that, has HPD reviewed that?
Yeah, we did meet, as Jeremy mentioned, we've met with them multiple times. They combed through our plans with all of the dimensions. They know the floor to floors. They know about our lobby. So we went through quite a detailed review with them.
One other question, the scissor stair, the second stair seems to egress through a corridor in the cellar.
Correct.
Have you reviewed that with the building department yet?
We haven't filed at the building department, but I will say this is a very, very common strategy that we utilize in all of our multifamily buildings. One scissor stair goes through the lobby.
No, I know the strategy,
Yeah.
but my understanding has always been you can't make it the corridor, it has to go up. But if you can do that, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions, Commissioner Mahan?
So what's the clear height inside the typical units?
So in the
Ceiling height.
rooms facing the facade directly, you would be just less the 8-inch concrete slab.
Okay.
Yep.
How many floors are in the building?
20.
You demonstrated and spoke at some length about beige as being kind of the primary color for the steel frame, tall buildings in that kind of generation, and use that as your inspiration. To my eye, this is a gray building. Why is that?
Well, one of the reasons why we really wanted to bring this brick blend in person, I think it's a little bit warmer than to just say gray.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Just want to go back to. Oops, there we go. I think when you see that blend in person, that it still has a sort of warm, somewhat creamy tone to it. So it feels a little bit similar almost to like an Indiana limestone color. I think it depends on how the light hits it, of course, but I think it is a little bit warmer. I think gray gives it a little bit of a bad name sometimes, but we're trying to pick something that has that kind of.
I work at SOM. We love gray, but yeah. I'm a gray aficionado. One more question. Could the adjacent lot be developed somehow in the future and cover the artwork?
The lot immediately to our east cannot be developed. That was part of the 130 Lafayette assemblage. So they don't have any further development rights. The building on the corner, the second one, truly on the corner, they were not part of that.
Right.
So they retain their development rights. Yeah.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's go ahead and move to testimony. We have a couple people in the room that would like to speak. Sorry, I'm with this, Iraq Kahansky Rivas. Okay, sorry if I've mispronounced.
I don't know what happens. Is it on? Hello.
Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson and Commissioners. My name is Iraq Kahansky Rivas. I'm the New York City Policy Director for the New York State Association for Affordable Housing. We represent for-profit and non-for-profit developers, architects, engineers, and other key players in the affordable housing industry across the state. And we're here today in support of the Certificate of Appropriateness application for 257 Canal Street. This is a 100% affordable housing proposal that will create permanent homes for young adults aging out of foster care, Foster care involves survivors of trafficking and low-income New Yorkers in a neighborhood where affordable housing opportunities are far too rare. New York City is in a housing crisis, and we believe that every neighborhood has to be part of the solution. This site also sits within the same Sohonoho neighborhood plan area that this neighborhood and community worked through just few years ago. Excuse me. This plan area that this community worked through just a few years ago. That rezoning came out of years of public engagement, and it recognized that this neighborhood's outdated zoning no longer matched the needs of a changing city. It called for more housing, especially affordable housing, in exactly this kind of high opportunity, transit-rich location. 257 Canal Street is a direct continuation of that work. We trust that if the commission has any feedback on the design, it will be offered in the spirit of collaboration that considers contextual aesthetics while allowing for the full complement of unit construction afforded by zoning. The height and scale of this project aren't arbitrary. They're what allow it to deliver more affordable housing and also supportive homes. We simply hope that the project's ability to serve as many families and young people as possible can be preserved as this moves forward. This project also reflects where the city housing priorities are headed. Mayor Mandani's block-by-block plan and Speaker Manning's housing agenda both call for bold, creative approaches to affordable housing, and 257 Canal Street does just that. We respectfully urge the commission to support the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Dominic, Dylan.
Dylan.
Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Dylan Tatum. I'm here representing the Center for Fair Futures. We are a youth-led advocacy movement and coalition that works with over 100 organizations and foundations across the city to support youth with the foster care background. And recently, we expanded our support to youth who are experiencing the criminal justice system. A huge part of our work is ensuring that young people have access to comprehensive supports to ensure that as they're navigating the system and as they're exiting the system, they can still achieve and reach their fullest potential. That's when we think about education, we think about socialization, we think about higher education. But one of the key things that we have really been trying to amplify is the need for housing. Housing is a crucial need for young people exiting the foster care system. And I say that as a professional, and I say that as someone who has exited the foster care system and has struggled with finding housing myself. When we think about housing, we have to think about mental health. We have to also think about stability and what that means for young people who are making really high stakes decisions as soon as they turn 18. So not knowing where to go and not having the opportunity or the financial ability to obtain housing and to sustain it really impedes on what they can achieve in their life. Far too many people leaving foster care are aging out of the system homeless. A third of them have to stay in foster care, what we found, longer until beyond 21 because they can't find housing. And the other third, a little bit, about 37% are couch surfing. So we know what the outcomes already look like when we don't have investment into housing options. But another key factor is the type of housing options that our young people are being afforded. They're being offered Section 8, they're being offered NYCHA, they're being offered overburdened systems that cannot sustain their supports. And it's the responsibility of the city to ensure that they have something to call home. One thing that the Center for Fair Futures really values is that our partnerships with different organizations across the city. So we work with Children's Village, and we work with other organizations that are serving young people and also serving the staff. And it's critical that these organizations work in partnerships with each other because we know that numbers count. And when we do something in community, we make a long-lasting impact. 257 Canal Street is just more than a historic value. It also holds so much culture. It holds so much history. And these are places where young people with the foster care background, regardless of what they've experienced, deserve to live in as well. It's also where they deserve to feel like they belong and also can contribute meaningfully. We know that when young people have the supports that they need, that transition is alleviated just a little bit. They're no longer trapped in transition on their own, but they have the adequate supports and advocates right behind their back. So we urge the commissioners and everyone that is here today to really take into account of how 257 Canal Street can really uplift young people out of poverty and also keep families together as they're aging out of the system. We see an increase in young people wanting to create families, young people wanting to go to college, young people wanting to explore the workforce, but how can they do that when they're still fighting to survive? So this project really takes them from surviving to thriving, and I just want to leave with a message from youth, from one of the pilots that we worked on with Jeremy, and when we were really exploring what this will look like in real time at the Eliza or Harlem Dowling. And something that just really sticks with me is that without a home, we can't feel free, we can't feel control, we can't feel secure, we can't feel stable, and we can't elevate in the ways we would like. It is our duty to meet young people where they're at, to take them where they need to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak on this item? Okay, not seeing anybody. Let's move to Elizabeth Lee and Zoom testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Chenault Spence.
Chenault Spence, Chair of the Landmarks Committee, Community Board 2, Manhattan. We commend the organization for its service and for their proposing a project for a worthy charitable purpose that takes care for the aesthetics of the design. We welcome the classic design of base, shaft, and crown. However, the base lacks the visual weight and a sufficient cornice to support the upper stories. Though there's detailing throughout, the end result ends in a rather flat appearance, and a more pronounced depth to the building throughout the facade would be of great benefit. Highly exposed lot line windows on essentially freestanding buildings were seen lately in Canal Street and Lafayette Street, and now with this building. Because all of these buildings are in historic district, it is almost certain that these walls will remain exposed. This relates directly to what buildings are and are not appropriate for demolition. The east and west walls of this building are exposed, making, if you will, a skyscraper with blank sides visible from a great distance. We recommend the extension of the molding design on the west facade, extending the wraparound of the primary facade materials deeper into the sides and more windows other than those along the south edge. The art space with reference to the community on the east facade commends itself to this, and there is space for more windows on this side as well. Thank you.
The next speaker will be the Historic Districts Council.
This is Emma Bartley speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC supports this proposal. We find the height and bulk of this building to be appropriate in its context. Located on a wide major thoroughfare at the edge of the historic district and immediately adjacent to a substantially taller building, the proposed massing and height is compatible with its surroundings and does not raise the same concerns that a similarly scaled building might elsewhere in the district. In addition, although housing policy is outside the Commission's jurisdiction, HDC, as a preservation organization that has long supported the meaningful creation of affordable housing, believes it is important to acknowledge the substantial public benefit this proposal provides. In this instance, we believe the project's height and bulk are also justified by its provision of 100% permanently low-income affordable housing. Aside from height, we feel the overall architectural design is appropriately restrained, allowing the building to complement rather than compete with the district's historic cast iron architecture. Thank you.
The next speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The Commission's approval of the tower down the block at 277 Canal Street took only a week to become a precedent for this proposed tower at 257 Canal Street. That may be a record and not one to be pleased about. The Commission has used various justifications for approving overscaled and overtly tall buildings in historic districts. The building is at the edge of the district. There are other tall buildings in the district, usually predating designation. And there are tall buildings outside the district that can be seen from within the district. We do not believe that any of these are valid reasons to find overly bulky or tall buildings appropriate within a historic district. In fact, we think the Commission should be doing its utmost to retain and reinforce the distinctive scale and character of each district, integrating historic districts into the physical character of the city outside the district is the opposite of what landmarks preservation should be about. This application also illustrates the problem with the way the Commission draws district boundaries. By any logic, the west side of Lafayette Street between Canal and Grand should have been included in this district extension to prevent the kind of structure now under construction behind the site of the current proposal. That new building on Lafayette impinges on and degrades the historic district. The Commission should recognize and embrace its role as a land use agency in guiding the city's development in a way that expands the positive effects of historic districts rather than minimizing them. Regarding the current proposal, the design tries to be contextual through its masonry material, base shaft and crown configuration, and sidewall design. However, the crown is weak and unresolved. It appears to be less mansard than extra floors in a defensive crouch, trying to hide themselves so the building doesn't look as tall as it is. And of course, height is the primary issue. Finally, we are puzzled about the selection of this site for housing for what appears to be a rather fragile population. Canal Street is one of the most chaotic, noisy, polluted, and generally unpleasant streets in the city. It doesn't seem to us a good place for this kind of housing. Thank you, Commissioners.
The next speaker will be Tiara Labrada.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Tiara Labrada, and I am the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Supportive Housing Network of New York, a statewide membership organization representing more than 200 nonprofit organizations that develop and operate supportive and affordable housing across New York State. I'm here today in strong support of the proposed development at 257 Canal Street. Every day, our members see firsthand what stable, affordable housing makes possible. Housing is the foundation upon which build healthy, productive, and in which people build healthy, productive, and independent lives. Yet we also know that for far too many New Yorkers, especially young adults aging out of foster care, that foundation simply does not exist. Supportive housing is a proven, evidence-based model that interrupts and prevents the vicious cycle of homelessness by combining affordable housing with individualized case management to help people overcome barriers such as mental health conditions, substance use, trauma, and domestic violence. It prevents homelessness before it begins while creating beautiful, environmentally sustainable buildings that strengthen neighborhoods and expand affordable housing opportunities for low-income New Yorkers. This proposal brings together exactly the kind of partnership the city needs and the right team to shepherd it. I want to recognize the Children's Village, whose mission-driven work with children, young adults, and families spans more than 170 years. Their longstanding commitment to helping young people transition successfully from foster care, combined with affordable housing expertise of Alembic Community Development and the IDP Affordable Housing, gives me great confidence that this project will provide not only high-quality homes, but the service and support that young adults need to build stable, independent futures. The need for projects like this has never been greater. The Coalition for Homelessness State of the Homeless 2026 makes clear that New York City's homelessness crisis at its core is an affordable housing crisis. We cannot shelter our way out of this crisis. We must build permanently affordable housing, and this proposal does exactly that. 257 Canal Street would create 89 permanently affordable homes, including apartments for young adults aging out of foster care. Foster care involves survivors of human trafficking and other low-income New Yorkers. These are young people who have already experienced extraordinary instability. They deserve the opportunity to begin adulthood with housing that offers not only affordability, but access to education, employment, transit, healthcare, and most importantly, community. The stakes could not be higher. A landmark longitudinal study found that between 31 and 46% of youth aging out of foster care experience homelessness by age 26, a rate many times higher than that of their peers. The researchers concluded that housing instability and repeated disruptions during childhood are among the strongest predictors of homelessness in adulthood. Projects like Canal Street interrupt that trajectory. Rather than waiting until a young person enters the shelter system, this development provides the stable, affordable housing and supportive environment that prevents homelessness in the first place. As the statewide organization representing supportive housing providers, we do believe affordable and supportive housing must exist in every single community, not just in neighborhoods where it has historically been concentrated. If the city is serious about addressing its housing crisis, every neighborhood must be part of the solution. Lower Manhattan should be no exception. I also appreciate that this proposal thoughtfully balances preservation with public purpose. The project transforms an
So sorry,
underutilized
that's
site.
time. If you could summarize your points, please.
Thank you. That's it. I appreciate it.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Borough President Brad Hoylman Siegel, Open New York, and 4 individuals recommend approval.
Would you like to respond to any of the testimony?
David and I are going to tag team this a little bit. I wanted to respond to a couple of things regarding sort of this notion of the history of scale in the district. I think, we've talked a bit about how this district really is founded. It's called the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. So much about the significance of this district is about sort of building technology. And as we've talked about, there is an increase in height through changes in building technology. It's inherent in the underlying fabric of this district. We've talked a bit about from the masonry frame buildings to the cast iron fronted buildings to the steel frame buildings and now reinforced concrete with certain foundation treatments, et cetera, allows us increased height. And what we're proposing, we think, is sort of part of that continuum. I also want to just address this issue of precedent. The commissioners found the proposal of 277 Canal Street to be appropriate at that height. That is part of the context as approved. And I think part of the visual context is what is immediately next door at 130 Lafayette. It's not a commission approved building, but it is part of the urban fabric in which our project is situated. You turn to the north, you see 130 Lafayette. You turn to the south, you see 401 Broadway. These are very tall buildings. These are buildings taller than what we're proposing. This is part of the visual context of this project. David?
Sure. I also recognize there were a couple of questions that came up during the community board hearing. There were questions about the depth of the facade. We hadn't at the time given specific dimensions, but as I mentioned earlier, on the typical brick portion of the facade, all the windows have a 12-inch depth. And at the storefront, we increased that, the storefront setback at like 16 inches off the property line. So we are trying to introduce significant depth. The community board also asked if it was possible to have more lot line windows. We thought that the art feature, particularly on the east side, was more compelling and interesting as a lot line feature than just simply more windows. We are showing some windows, which we think is kind of an appropriate amount given many other historic examples. There's also a realistic building code limit where we can only have 10% of that facade in openings. So we're a little less than 10%, but we thought let's use the lot line windows as an opportunity to kind of further enhance the reading of the front facade. And again, I think the community board was asking about the main front material turning the corner and actually returning on the lot line wall. I think there was a little confusion about what was being seen in the rendering, but we are doing that. As you can see in this view, that brick does return 2 foot 8 inches, which we think gives it a nice thickness and expression on the side of the building.
Commissioners, do we have any final questions? Okay, not seeing any, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Goldblum, can you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Jefferson, will you second?
So second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. So this is an application for the demolition of an existing building and construction of a new one in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension. And has been noted, it's nearby to 277 Canal, which we recently approved. In terms of the demolition, 257 to 259 Canal, the buildings are described in the report as no style, as Cass noted, and the commission has regularly approved the demolition of no style buildings. In terms of the new building, this is on the very edge of the historic district, and as we noted in the recent approval, Canal Street is a very wide major thoroughfare where a taller building could be found appropriate. The context of this district extension and Canal Street is to have taller buildings, changes of scale, and variety that are different than some of the smaller streets in the Soho historic districts. And in addition, Soho is a district where there can be dramatic differences of scale between adjacent buildings and buildings on the block. So that's another factor to consider. Lastly, I'll note that compared to what we approved at Canal and Broadway, this building is slightly shorter overall, but appears several floors shorter at the actual street wall due to the sloped mansard that they are proposing at the top. This roof form is consistent with historic commercial building form or building model that they've chosen to inform the overall design. And Commissioner Mahan, can I ask you to start the discussion?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Okay. We'll get, the first part out of the way. I think demo of the no style buildings demolition, is appropriate. It's clear that these two small buildings, perhaps with this curious history of partial demolition, do not contribute to the historic district in their quality or their scale. They're small, and so the sort of loss of embodied carbon is rather minimal as well. I'd like to applaud the project team, the owner, the entire consortium. I'm sure that it takes to make this happen. Very complicated funding, no doubt, very complicated planning to make all of those units work. So just an awesome amount of ambition in this project. And incredibly, that's combined with a real investment in architectural quality and real materials and real detail. And that's not something that is a given, in development today. Particularly, I'm sure that this project is subject to not insignificant economic pressures. So my hat's off to the team for that. So, I think those are all great things, and we want to find a way, to make this project happen and prove something that is appropriate, as we do with all applications. I thank the public testimony that was passionate and moving along the same lines as well. So I'll start with scale. Much of this was discussed quite recently with the building just down the street. As was noted by several people, there is a significant amount of contrast, abrupt changes in scale within this district, particularly along Canal Street and other wide streets. That change in scale is associated, as Cass noted, with evolving construction technologies. It's interesting to note that the tall buildings that we do find, which are historic, are adjacent typically to cast iron buildings. So there's a kind of one-to-one relationship between evolving technology and scale. As I noted a week ago or a couple weeks ago, the juxtaposition of scale has something to do with the experience of the historic district as well, not just the kind of visual architecture, but the kind of energy and the jumble of modern city life really is on display in this district, particularly on Canal Street, and that juxtaposition of scale contributes. Comparing and contrasting with our previous approval, one thing we don't have is that this building is not at a corner, which was a strong argument for a tall building at the other address just to the west. We do have a couple other things, though. We do have the adjacency of tall buildings outside the district, which I understand that the commission has taken into account in the past. And I do think that the way that tall buildings outside the district form a part of the sort of visual context, if not the historic district context, abstract as that may be, is appropriate. We also do have a design that is indeed, in actuality, shorter, that is articulated to reduce the appearance of its height with the mansard roof, and in overall scale is smaller, due to the smaller lot size. So I can find the scale and height appropriate. So that leads us, I guess, to the question perhaps of the architecture itself. And, one might say the question of style, as difficult as that conversation is to wade into. Here, I believe we have a historicist proposal, but something that's stripped and simplified. I, for one, don't think that's necessary just because it's a historic district. Contemporary architecture can also be found appropriate, but a historicist approach, of course, can also be appropriate. I personally am struggling a little bit with the execution of this architecture. The historicist approach, is quite stripped down and simplified, I think, in my reading of the architecture, and it results in a bit of an identity crisis for the building. So, honestly, I'm left a little uncomfortable and wanting either for additional detail and articulation to accompany the proportions. There are proportions of piers and the kind of ABA rhythm of implied structural piers that is very, very directly taken from historic architecture, but it is without some of the articulation that comes along with that. And so I'm left wanting for either more articulation or a more overtly contemporary approach that is somewhat more abstracted. If we were to continue to take the more historicist approach, there are some odd notes at the center. There's a kind of warp and weft of the smaller members that I find odd. And sometimes the verticals winning, sometimes the horizontals winning, sort of resulting in a kind of weaving that I don't see other places in the historic district. I see sort of primary piers and then kind of inset, secondary elements. So in terms of articulation, for me, it's not quite there, and I could use a change in one direction or the other, or additional sort of justification and precedent. I try to leave that up to the applicant, not sort of dictate what should be done. Same goes for me, honestly, for the color as well. I could use either some more justification and precedent, or an adjustment there. There, as I noted, there is a significant investment, really, really impressive, being made in high quality architecture here. And I think if you look around the historic district, if you're going to make that investment, there are many other precedents for, brick selections that honestly are more beautiful. I don't see this texture and sheen and variegation sort of being historically founded, and so I question its use in that regard. So all that said, I mean, the artwork, I think is beautiful. It's going to be amazing. Great, idea to utilize that on the side of the building. So, I know there's a lot of critiques there and sort of open-ended questions for the applicant to think about, at least from me. Totally possible all the other commissioners may disagree. But there's a lot to complement here as well, really a significant amount. So, you know, despite the lengthy discourse, I don't think you're far at the same time.
Okay, Commissioner Wilder?
Thank you. Yeah, I want to thank the applicant for a good presentation. Appreciate all of the insight on what the mission is and truly inspirational, the work that you guys do on ownership. So project of this affordable housing, 100% affordable housing. Agree that the should be demolished. I think that's appropriate. I too thought about our more recent application of district and neighboring buildings. That one thing that is kind of significant is corner building not necessarily being kind of locked in at this building's the building neighboring are kind of locked in. So the case of being able to apply the height of the building, so that and some of the other reasons of outside of the district but still within view, as well as some of the other buildings and part of it appropriate. Now, I guess to the design of the building, the architecture. Well, aside from that, I do think if there is a way to and in terms of the design, no problem. Sorry about that. There are a few things I guess that stood out to me that I would want to be, I guess, reworked or developed further. And presentation, there were examples of the other buildings, the two-story. That's one of the highlights of the buildings in this district. Didn't necessarily get that prominent feel on the building. I think color and material is not enough. It didn't, especially of this. Also, the crown of the building, I think more articulation kind of feels flat to me, and I don't know if it's just feel, but it doesn't feel like there's enough of a transition coming from the. So I would know you're in the design, you are trying to maintain. I'm either or. I think you can execute I don't have a problem with you doing that. Can be worked on and can be improved. I also don't love the color of the brick, whether it's brown or gray. It doesn't feel like something of the district, so I consider investigating other colors that could possibly work.
Vice Chair Master?
Thank you. Yeah, it kind of feels like deja vu. I feel like we just did this, which we did last week. And I remember 277 Canal, the first presentation, I think most of the time was spent on the design and the architecture, and then a very small portion on scale. And in this case, I think we spent a lot of time on scale and context, and then, less on the design. So I want to start by saying, first of all, I really love the project idea. I think it's wonderful that Children's Village is developing this building. I think it's such a noble purpose, and I'm so happy that you decided to situate it where you did. And I think you said something like, a neighborhood where anyone would want to live. And I think that represents for me a lot. I know that's not a consideration that we typically look at, but we have a heart, and this is a wonderful project. And we very much want to be able to support it and make it successful. So in general, I'm going to say that I'm going to agree with a lot of what Commissioner Mahan said because he always speaks so eloquently and articulately. So I agree that the scale, especially since we just did this last week, the scale is appropriate for a lot of the same reasons, right? You have two wide streets, you have Canal, and you have Lafayette, which is 80 feet, which is the same as Broadway, which is 80 feet. And now we have two similar, taller buildings on the same block, one almost adjacent, or I guess adjacent, and the other kind of cornering the end of the block. So, it's hard to say that it's not, it doesn't fit in the context. And then the other argument, of course, we called this week, I think we called it contrasting scale, and last week we called it juxtaposition, which is basically what is kind of the experience, I think Commissioner Mahan said, the experience of this historic district. So as he said, this one is not on a transit hub, it's not on a corner, but I think Cass has also shown that in mid-block, we can also have taller buildings and adjacent to them, significantly lower scale buildings. And also the height here is shorter than the building that we had approved. And you have the mansard roof, as people had said, which makes it seem a little bit shorter. So I think I agree with the other two commissioners that I think that the architectural design should be kind of restudied. I also believe that, and I'm not quite sure what the answer is, and I'm going to defer to the architects, but I do think that, the base, there's a problem maybe with, I don't know if it's proportion or articulation, but the relationship seems a little bit awkward with the base, the shaft, and even the mansard roof. I understand the concept, and I like the concept, but I don't feel that the final design is successful. And I also will note that the color, the beige color, which kind of looks gray to me, also, I don't think it helps you. So, perhaps you can, look at that as well. The one thing I really do like is I do like the lotus. I think it's very creative. And I think rather than having a blank wall, I think it's very symbolic, not only of where you are in Chinatown, near Chinatown, but what you represent. And I applaud that. Thanks.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Thank you. So first, I won't go through everything my fellow commissioners said, but it's okay to demolish the existing building. I also just have to react the location for 100% affordable building in a very, as the applicant described it, I'll call it upscale neighborhood, is wonderful and really important because all the studies do show, as the applicant talked about, that this affects the results and where the residents on average will end up. My biggest problem or concern is I feel the ground and second floor are squat. There may be more than one way to deal with it. One would be making the two floors read as one more than they do now. The other would be often you go to 14 or 15 feet on the ground floor and, with the second being offices more. And if you felt you didn't want to increase the height, you could take a little off each floor to floor to get the same height building, which gets me to my next concern, which is having dealt a lot with HPD and OMB, I'm afraid at some point the bean counters are going to come in and say, oh, this is an expensive building. Can't you cut this or that? And you're going to come back to us with VE items. Not to say you should VE it now, but you should be conscious of that, and we should be conscious of that. In general, I'm much more positive about the detailing than my fellow commissioners who spoke. And in general, I think it's fine. I really like the artwork, and doing something special on a side facade that is likely to be there is great. And so I realize there are other issues to address, but in general, besides my concern about the ground floor or ground and second floor being squat, I could approve this and find it appropriate today.
Commissioner Quimby.
Yes. First, I'd like to thank the applicant. I believe this is a wonderful project and definitely noteworthy. And it's actually inspiring, especially in the context of our city, to see something like this move forward. I'll start with the demolition of the non-contributing buildings. I believe it's appropriate, and especially for what we're looking at actually replacing it with, I think it is acceptable. I'll move into the height of the proposed building. Definitely, it's on a wide street, which I can see that having some grounds of allowing the height. I think it was a clever move to make the top of it a mansard to kind of draw it back a bit. And then also it's relying to the building adjacent to it that's outside the district, but as noted before, contextually, it makes sense, even though it's outside of the district. I guess a couple things I'll note. I think one thing that happened, based off of your precedent studies, you locked yourself into kind of a design ordering, especially with the ABA type of ordering principle. And based off of something that was said as well, we have 11-foot floor heights, which is, I believe, a little excessive. But if we bring them down a bit, it was mentioned that it would make it look a little more squat. And I think because of that, I don't know if what was chosen to be the way to organize the facade is actually working for you. I think the detailing is beautiful. There's a lot of push and pull. There's a lot of depth that we see. We'll get a couple shadows happening as well. And I think that's good, but I think that's a kind of a tertiary level of design, but it's achieved nicely. that being the case, the ideal of base, shaft, and top needs to be expressed more if that's actually what's happening. The base itself is very squat. And I don't know if it's that the base takes up to 5 stories or so. But I would like to see it be more bold. I do believe it can have a more contemporary feel to it, and I think that would be fine. But likewise, I believe that the top as well needs some prominence or presence to it as well. Again, I said I like the idea of the mansard roof, and I think it's a clever strategy. As for the color, I know in a lot of the precedents around, we kept hearing the word warm. I guess gray can be warm, but I'm not really feeling it in this instance. And I guess lastly, I'll say I think the artwork, it's a beautiful touch.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
Let me say that the social aspiration of this project is amazing to me. Architecturally, let me start with the plans. I think the plans are really nicely done. And I think they work really well as plans. A lot of time has been spent on the facade. It's a simple facade. It has a base, a shaft, and a top. But what they have done is to do the base, have an intermediate piece, do the shaft, have an intermediate piece, and then those intermediate pieces don't quite work very well. They just kind of stop the movement. And I think the patterns of the intermediate pieces too are kind of weak compared to the shafts there. And the bases need some work. But where I find it difficult is the mansard roof. One of my colleagues called it hysteresis, and I agree with that. And I agree that's the approach they were taking. And then they also took another approach of putting gray color on it. They made it gray, which is typical mansard roof. They're always gray kind of material. And I'm questioning, gee, what if they just made it the same color as the facade? Kept the mansard roof. You wouldn't have this kind of movement, you know, a break. And then this top, they would just kind of move smoother together. And I think if they thought about it that way, maybe it would have a certain kind of elegance that the other building, the building further down, which has a facade that's all the same material, works really well. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum.
Okay, thank you. This is an amazing, amazing project. We only need 2,000 more of them. And we'll be fine. And I think it's also amazing to note the coalition between the nonprofit and the developer as a kind of a model for developing low-income housing, permanent, low-income housing. So great. I really hope you guys can repeat this many, many times this week. In terms of the demolition, of course, fine. I think that the height should definitely come down. I wouldn't want to take a single unit out, but I think 11 foot for studios is a bit nuts as an interiors thing. But irrespective of that, I think that the analysis that the building's going to look squat, it doesn't hold up in the district. Look at the 12 buildings that you photographed as existing buildings. They have much more square-ish, less elongated proportions for their windows than what you're showing here, especially in your center bay. So I don't think that this project would suffer one iota from a reduction of a foot per floor. And if you did that, your building would go from 225.9 down to 209, which would all of a sudden make it feel a lot closer to the highest building in the district, which is 197, and would have a better relationship to the street. One of the reasons why we approved the corner site at the persuasion of Cass's associate was that it was on a corner of two wide streets with a transit connection. This does not have those conditions. And I think it's important for consistency if we made a special carve out to make that building so much taller than the norm, that we try not to do that here without harming their program one scintilla. I think that Frank's comments about and the ensuing conversation about the detailing is very, very interesting. I think that BKSK has chosen to go in a historicist tack, and I think that's an appropriate decision to do. And I think that, asking BKSK to amp up the detailing is like, asking a kid to have more birthday cake. I think they will certainly come through for you if that's what you want them to do. I think that the idea of, pushing it one way or the other is a good idea. I'd be interested to see a more contemporary version. And I think Everardo's and Mark's comments about the base and the scale would kind of lead you to doing something more contemporary, less hyper-articulated. And I think that'd be kind of interesting too. But I think that's certainly up to them. I think the decision to put the main cornice down 3 floors or 2 floors and then treat the top as a mansard is kind of led them to the historicist approach, which was a decision that they made to try to have the apparent height to be lower, and which I certainly think is a good idea. So kind of once you're into that, it's very hard not to go all the way. I think that for me, the mansard is an okay design decision, but I think that the way it's treated with the kind of very massive center bays of windows that project make it not really a mansard or make it less of a mansard. And I think that if you look at the district and the way that those mansards are generally developed, they're very purposefully different from the fenestration patterns of the floors below. They may align, but they definitely play with it and break it up. And I think that if you had more slope and less glass and stepping, it would have the effect that you were trying to go for, which is a recessive 2 top floors. And I totally agree on the color. If you're going the historicist route, you really do want to be more like Indiana limestone, a more beigey, warmer set of colors.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we're not going to take an action today, but I think, what you've heard is general, pretty broad support for the scale of the building. I think there's 3 commissioners or so who suggested you could lower the floor-to-floor height without, taking too much off and not impacting units, but but others thought the height was fine as is. But I think there was various design suggestions that you can work with the staff to, review and consider. And we're happy to welcome you back. And I agree, I didn't say this in my comments, but it is just a wonderful program. Very excited to see this, excited to see it in Soho. So thank you for that. Okay. And we are going to move to the next item.
Yes, and we're going to do one more item today. It's since it's gotten late and not get to the last 2 on the agenda. So I'm going to read those into the record now so that they could come back at a future public hearing date. The first of those is public hearing item number 10, LPC 26-11935, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1121, Lot 110. Again, reading that into the record, not to be presented today. However, we will ask if anyone is in the hearing room that did wish to testify on this item. Public hearing item number 10. Being there's none, we'll ask Elizabeth Lee to see if there's anyone on Zoom.
Hi.
Hi.
Well done.
Was it? Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Did you,
So we have no.
I missed, Commissioner, I'm sorry, I missed, did you want us to say anything or let us know we're here and I missed that, I'm so sorry.
We're going to get to your item in just a minute, please.
Okay, got it. Sorry about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move to public hearing item number 11, LPC 26-10605, application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1376, Lot 21, 673 Madison Avenue in the Upper East Side Historic District. Again, we are reading that into the record today, not to be presented, but we will bring that back at a future public hearing date. Seeing that there is no one in the hearing room that wishes to testify in this item, we'll again ask if anyone is on Zoom.
Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak for this item?
Okay. All right, so we will move on to the last item of the day. That's public hearing item number 9, LPC 27-00094, an application for this certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 448, lots 5 and 9, 112 to 114 2nd Avenue and 50 East 7th Street in the East Village, Lower East Side Historic District. This is the site of a former Gothic Revival style church building destroyed by fire and a Romanesque Revival style church Sunday school building, both designed by Samuel Burridge Reed and built in 1891 to 92. Application is to construct a new concrete platform and associated structural foundation work, regrade and install fencing, landscaping, and related site improvements, and install a new entrance.
Okay, Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing via Zoom. Laura, you now have control of the presentation. You can advance the slides using your arrow keys.
Perfect.
You may begin. Please state your name for the record before you do so.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Blanco. I am from CTA Architects. We're here with the building. Ownership is also here. Reverend Jackie Lewis is attending. And we wanted to, let me go back to the previous slide. We're here to discuss the current state of the lot where this church used to stand. I'm going to go over the general design mostly of the proposed lot. I'm not going to go too much into the depth of the existing building, since the future of that lot hasn't still been yet decided. This is a temporary use for the lot so that the building next, like across from the street where the church is currently holding worship, can use this space in connection to that building and can have some revenue in order to finance a future building or whatever will happen on this lot. So as you may be aware, this building had a fire on December of 2020. It started on the corner lot and it went into the church building. The ceilings collapsed and basically only the front facade was standing after the fire. There was a structural feasibility study that was done. There was some reinforcement that was done to the facade, but ultimately it was deemed unsafe. And so the entirety of the facade was removed. Most of the ground floor stones were salvaged and are currently actually on the lot. There is discussions with Landmarks of a future reuse of these stones within the future project on the lot. So we sit on 2nd Avenue between 6th and 7th Streets. And let's see, these are some of the photos of the terrible fire that happened on December of 2020. So the lot has been basically vacant since then. What the community is trying to find now is a way for that lot to be used. Ideally, something would have happened within this time, but due to financial reasons, this is a big undertaking, and therefore they want to make sure that this lot can be used while we wait, for that future development. This is how the building currently is. They just have a construction fence along 2nd Avenue. That corner building is also completely demolished due to the fire. And here on the back, you can see the current building that they are using for worship. This building was actually gut in a lot of areas and refurbished so that it could be used for worship and for classrooms, which is great. And it does touch directly with the lot. So this is the current state of the lot. It's mostly just rubble from the demolition of the spaces that were there. There was excavation on the perimeter. This is in order to not put force on the party walls. And then if you can see here on this photograph, there's a lot of the stone from that ground floor that has been kept on that lot. On the next slide, we can see the existing walls that did remain onto the south. We do want to keep this feature and just, redo any brick rebuilding that we have to in order to keep it safe. On the north, as you can see, nothing is left. We just have the stones there. And then the east view, this is the building that I was talking about where the worship space where they currently hold worship is right behind this area. So we are trying to link these two spaces, the lot and the current worship space. This is another view, on the west, where you can see all of these stones that are being stored. They were also numbered so that future rebuilding can be possible to be able to organize it. So this is the proposed plan. The perimeter on all the areas where there's no wall standing anymore is a 10-foot fence. The reason for the height is mostly a security concern. Even though they want to be able to open up to the community, they are aware of the security concerns that an empty lot has. They have been vandalized in the past already on this wall with graffiti. And so that 10-foot fence is there to try to remediate that. They're also going to be installing cameras, which I'll show you the locations at the end of it. And so the 10-foot fence also gives us a good location to put those cameras. The idea that we had in order to minimize that idea of just a fence running next to the avenue is to bring a large planter to the front with just a tree guard so that you're not really seeing the fence on a first plane. You're going to see vegetation that kind of hides the fence a little. For the vegetation, we did work with some associations. We spoke to the Lenape Association. So all of these plants are meant to be native plants. We did decide to plant these along the street because they may be used in the future for any other purpose that the lot has. The remainder of the vegetation on the lot is on planters so that once, a decision is made on the lot, they can be removed and taken somewhere else and you don't have to just uproot them. The general design within the lot is to keep a lot of the things that are there now. We're just going to keep it on grade to have this large space. We are doing perimeter pavers. The center is still going to remain as gravel in order to keep the drainage correctly of the site. But we did want to make this perimeter paver so that it would be more accessible. There's going to be a ramp to make that stage completely accessible. The rest of the area will have the steps. And the idea behind this platform is that we want to align with the floor height that we have inside the space so that a door can be included to connect the two spaces. Additionally, the reason that we're using this concrete stage is that we're actually going to make it a vault so that we can store all of the stones that are currently sitting on the site. They'll be more protected. And we've included some vision glass panels on the back that are just walkable so that they don't take up space, but you can actually look into them. We kept doing references of how you look into spaces, in Greece or Rome, where you look at, the remains of what was there before. This is a general section of the space. So you can see that vault with those units. The double thing that we have here is that thankfully, this is a party wall, so we couldn't excavate all the way there. But because of this new footing and wall that we're putting, we're going to be able to have the soil be stable and still create a space for those stones. This is the fence that we were talking about. These are the planters that will run along the north side of the lot, kind of to hide away that north lot that isn't developed right now. And then this is the view from inside the space toward the adjacent building. So you'll have the stage, that ramp that goes up, and it goes directly onto the door. I have some images further forward about the door, but the idea is that we're making a nod to the entryway that this building has on the other side on 7th Avenue. This is the view from the street. So as you can see, it's a pretty standard fence. We did want it to have some decoration and not be just a chain link fence, because even though this is temporary, we do want it to be a little nicer, but it is an aluminum fence. A cast iron fence or something of the sorts would be less feasible financially, and it's also would mean that we would have to do larger footings. So this is where we ended up with the design. This is the door connection that I was talking about. And this door design kind of nods to that 7th Avenue entrance. I have some photographs here where you can see this is the door at 7th Avenue, which was actually restored as part of our project within the building. And we've just nodded to the bottom area and just created a transom, which is actually not connecting to the space because this is a 2-floor space. So this transom will just be a backlit transom. These are some details for the project. We do have those planters running along the fence, and we do have that ramp. Everything will be concrete with, the footings that we need for structural stability. We have some details on the fence. So it's just an industrial aluminum fence, 10 foot tall. The pavers will be very simple pavers that just make those perimeter areas accessible. And then these are the locations that the cameras are been proposed at. So it would be these 2 corners. All of them are facing into the space, so we don't have anything facing outside. And they'll be kind of hidden behind those trees. And then we have also 2 cameras that will be mounted on the wall on the building. And that's the only last item is we wanted to get provided with some fence references. With talking with the staff, we did go over some references of fences in churches, cemeteries, gardens around the city. And even though the fences themselves sometimes are a little shorter, most of them are sitting on curbs, which do make them slightly higher. So we do think we have a similar height in the end with the fence that we're proposing. And that's it. Jackie Lewis is the owner, if you want to give just some words before we finalize the presentation. Oh, we can't hear you.
Yeah,
Oh,
I got
there
you.
go.
Thank you. Thank you so much, commissioners, and thank you so much, Laura and Max. Our architects have been amazing. The chair of my board, Vicki Burns, is here as well. And I just want to say, our neighborhood has been so incredibly supportive of us in these last 5.5 years. Just an outpouring of love and concern and prayers and frankly donations. Places to worship. We spent some time at East End Temple during this time away from our site and also at Judson Memorial Church. And so when we think about these next years, while we're still analyzing what our options are, we think 5.5 years with a decrepit site has been quite enough, and are hoping that this plan gives us a chance to give back to our community a space to sit and read, a space to meditate, an extension of our sanctuary, if you will. I want to remind you that when this site was built, this is our 4th location of the church that became the middle church. And when it was built, there were 2 townhouses on 7th Street and one on 2nd Avenue. And they, created an L, dug them out and put them together. So the site that we are worshiping in was always connected since 1892 to the sanctuary that burned down. So in a way, we're restoring a connection, right, to the 2 sides of the world in which we inhabit. We would have an opportunity for people to come into our building and then come into this space. We're aware that there can be tensions around gardens, especially if they come and then want to go away. So this is an outdoor sanctuary where we hope there'll be, again, sit, meditate, pray, weddings, small group meetings, that the communities that are ours, which means our neighbors and the ones who worship with us, all of us can make use of this space over these next years while we figure out what's next.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions? Commissioner Ginsburg.
There is a hatch to get into the vault. Is that hatch big enough for the pieces of stone to fit through?
Yeah, so the plan is that the hatch wouldn't be the way that we put in the stones. We've been talking to contractors, and the plan would be that we put all of the stones into the vault, and the hatch is really just an access hatch for maintenance. The vault will be demolished for whatever future plans this lot has. So the idea would be that they would then remove the slab, be able to remove those stones from there. So it's kind of more of a permanent way to get the stones in there, because if not, we would have to build a very big hatch for some of those stones. So it's mostly just an access hatch for maintenance.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's go ahead and move to testimony. Is there anybody in the room that would like to testify? Okay, then let's go to Zoom testimony with Elizabeth Lee.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be the Historic Districts Council.
This is Emma Bartley speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC supports the applicant's efforts to reactivate this site following the devastating fire. However, and recognizing that this proposal is intended as an interim solution and that resources may be limited, HDC does encourage the applicant to make modest improvements that would create a more welcoming public space. For example, the proposed fencing at the 2nd Avenue entrance is tall and imposing, while additional landscaping could help soften the overall site. In addition, because interim projects often remain in place far longer than originally anticipated, we urge the Commission to establish a clear timeframe for this approval. Doing so would reinforce the temporary nature of these interventions and help keep the site's long-term redevelopment on track. Thank you.
The next speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. Even though this proposal is described as interim, without any further information, we have to assume it will be in place for a long time, perhaps decades. We therefore find it unfortunate that the fragments of stone left from this tragic event are to be hidden away in an underground vault. We note that there is no indication in the presentation materials of what is to become of the considerable amount of historic ornamental fencing left on the site. We think a more imaginative solution would incorporate these elements into the vast amount of space available on the lot and the adjacent blank walls. This would help keep memories of the lost church alive and provide inspiration for the future of the site or for those meditating on the site. Without these fragments, the site as designed could be anywhere. There is no reference to the church's history or design or to the site being within a historic district. Thank you, Commissioners.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 3 recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. Would the applicant like to respond to any of the testimony?
Sure. I would like to respond to the item of reusing the existing stones and the fencing. We did think about that option, but we do understand that if we use those stones and railings for an interim purpose, it might hurt them in the long run. So the plan is to store them the best way possible, which is away from the weathering, from the rain and everything, so that they can be repurposed in the future. Because if we built something now, put them together with mortar or something, then they would have to be demoed again. And the same with the railing. If we do any modifications in order to incorporate it to the tree guard of the fencing, which we had thought about, this would then limit its use in the future. So we're trying to go the path of preserving them as much as we can for the future use, even though we understand, that you're not going to be able to see them as much. That is why we did want to incorporate those glass panels so that you could at least get a glimpse of them while the lot is in this stage.
And I'd like to respond to the length of time that this interim project might take place. We certainly are not, in control of so many parts of what's going on in the, to say, national discourse, and a future uncertain about many things. But Middle Church is actively exploring with partners what are some options that might happen on the space. To be honest with you, we don't feel like we have enough information to share, but we certainly are trying to do something there that will benefit our community, which is the East Village. We've thought about office space for nonprofits, and we also thought about housing. So I think we are soon to know where we land. We're working closely with our councilman, Harvey Epstein, to just explore what might be the best use of the space. I'm positive that we'll know within the next year what we're going to do, and then what it is that we build will take the time that takes, 4 or 5 years. But I believe that that's the timeline that we're on. Quite honestly, friends, we can't afford not to turn the space into something that not only offers care, sustenance, well-being to the community, but also generates revenue for our ministry. We were badly damaged economically by the unfortunate fire.
Okay, commissioners, any final questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's move to discussion and close the hearing. Commissioner Kwembe, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So move.
Commissioner Jefferson, will you second the motion?
So second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. So commissioners, this is an unusual application. As we've heard, this is the site of a tragic loss of a church building from fire. The proposed work is a variety of temporary installations that will allow for the reactivation of the site to allow for continued operation of the church. The work includes a new concrete platform and ramp, fencing, landscaping, and a new entrance at the rear of the Sunday school building, now visible with the loss of the church. Commissioner Wilder, would you start the discussion?
I want to first commend the applicant on just taking initiative to reactivate the site. Fire. So your community and start building some momentum for whatever. In terms of fine, I think overall it's appropriate. Did ask about the functionality of accessing materials that are probably be invested. Future use, whatever could possibly go down there, just to make sure that's possible. I do believe that the fence is too high. I think it can come down and still serve the purpose that you. I also agree that, or also like that a lot of the things you mentioned about the planters, they can be moved. So I don't really have an issue with that. What's provided, what's presented, I think all of this is acceptable with the exception of the
Vice Chair Master?
Yeah, I agree. I can't imagine how awful it must have been. I'm so sorry for the loss of your church. But I think this is a good step forward for you. So I can find most of it appropriate. I understand your explanation for the vault, that you're going to put the stones there, then you're going to cover it up. And that when you're really ready to use the stones, you're going to basically dig it back up. So it looks to me like the vault hatch does not have to, be able to accommodate the size of the stones. I'm also going to say that I can find the height of the fence appropriate. You showed us some pictures where other church fences were on, like another barrier or something, so that the height was about 10 feet and that you need it for security. So I can find that height appropriate. The only thing I would say is that, when you're placing the trees, maybe you can work with staff to make sure that they're placed appropriately.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
So this is obviously a painful situation. I would say the fence height should be 8 feet, not 10 feet. It would be good to have a hatch big enough to take the stones out without having to destroy the structure. So I'd suggest working with staff to see if that's possible in a reasonable way. Besides that, I think this is fine, and I wish you luck in figuring out the permanent use and the fundraising required for that.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry, Commissioner Quimby.
Yes. Definitely a tragic loss. So hopefully here today, we can help make your transition a little smoother. I guess I do agree that the hatch size, it can be enlarged. Sometimes you never know what happens, and it's better to be safe now at this point. And also I agree that the fencing should be lowered a bit.
Commissioner Jefferson.
I can find it appropriate, although this is in the East Village, and I wish there was some kind of artistic richness in it that would be exciting.
Commissioner Goldblum.
I'm fine with it as is, but if the trend is that it should be lowered, I'm fine with that too.
Commissioner Mahan.
I'm fine with it as is as
it.
well.
Okay. I think that was 3 as is.
Am I able to speak, commissioners, to the art?
No,
No, we're done? Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we've closed the hearing.
All right.
Okay, we actually have enough people to vote to keep the height of the fence as is. And I think okay, and let's say it for the hatch, explore with staff. Commissioner Wilder, are you okay with, if you thought the fence should be lower with reading the motion saying it's as is? Well, we could have somebody else read it. Okay.
Commissioner Wilder, if you vote no, it's a bit awkward to read the motion. So I think we need someone who's going to support the motion to read it. Yeah.
Okay, So you got the work with staff on the hatch. Okay.
Okay. This. Okay. For the record, Commissioner Wilder uses a crazy mouse. In the matter of LPC 27-00094, 112 to 114 2nd Avenue and 50 East 7th Street, East Village, Lower East Side Historic District. Site of a former Gothic Revival-style church building destroyed by a fire and a Romanesque Revival-style church Sunday school building, both designed by Samuel Burridge Reed and built in 1891 to 1892. Application is to construct a new concrete platform and associated structural foundation work, regrade and install fencing, landscaping, and related site improvements, and install a new entrance. I recommend approval. Finding that the regrading, paving, and landscaping of the lot, including permeable gray, on the right, yeah, including permeable gray concrete pavers, a concrete deck or stage and ramp, cedar planters, and below-grade vault with skylights, will be the second phase of reactivating the site for the continued operation of the church. That the proposed entrance surround and infill, including wood paneled door with sidelight and transom at the exposed party wall of the Sunday school building, will recall the entrance at the East 7th Street facade. That the ramp will provide additional barrier-free access to the 50 East 7th Street building, which is now being used as the main worship space. That the proposed vault with vision panels at grade will help preserve the salvaged stone units and ironwork until these elements can be studied and potentially integrated into the new design. That the enclosure of the site with a black painted metal fence designed with ornamentation in keeping with fences historically found at 19th century church buildings will secure the site while the design of a new building is developed, and that the tree plantings along the 2nd Avenue sidewalk will soften the presence of the fence, and that the applicant will work with staff to refine and potentially enlarge the hatch for retrieval of the stored stones.
Okay, and Commissioner Ginsburg, can you second?
Second.
Okay, and Mark, can you call the vote? Sorry.
Director Savage,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
So that concludes our public hearing and public meeting of August 4th. Our next public hearing is on August 18.